Colts over 3.5 receptions for the Texans. There aren't many options, and they're going to need to throw in this game.
Joe Fortenbaugh, noon until 3
Bad producing,
Eastern.
bad hosting to not get to the point where we were going to be able to have the production there. That's a miss, Cohen.
Why are you're putting this on me?
You drive the show.
Still, though, the show.
Wow.
Huge. Huge.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and filling in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos today. Doug, that's Chairman Kurt.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Kurt.
Hi, Doug.
Everything good?
So far, first 10 seconds have gone
You
fine.
tight? You tight?
Yeah,
Nervous?
Martin, I think that was a good read. I think that was a really nice read. What are you experiencing physically, mentally, emotionally?
I just always get a little tight in these situations. I'm a perfectionist. I want things to go well. I don't want to have to bother Jackson early in the morning on his day off.
Isn't he on a train right now anyway?
I don't believe so. I FaceTimed him because I was having an Adobe issue, which would cause some problems for audio and drops.
Oh, those drops.
So
a lot of people. I see John Scores is in the YouTube chat right now. Doug, you see it? He says, hey, KG, lots of drops, exclamation point.
Hi, John.
About these drops?
We'll get there. But I FaceTimed him. At first I texted him. I said, you up. I gave him the you up text.
Oh, nice. That usually leads to...
I wasn't, but I am now.
Well, he told me he'd be up early. I think he's catching the train early. So he responded to the you up. I FaceTimed him. It was a very, very simple fix. I feel bad that I had to call him, but we got to have Adobe.
Is there more to it than just hitting a couple levers?
No, I mean,
a few switches.
there's a little bit more to it.
Okay.
It's not rocket surgery, but
Rocket surgery.
Okay, oh, my
Martin's
goodness.
already putting some notes down for today's program.
I think, Doug, that was a little condescending. Is it, just pushing buttons over there?
No, he sits there in front of, 5 computers and 3 or 4 monitors. I think you could fly an airplane and hit fewer buttons than what it takes to get a radio show on the air nowadays.
But with this show's intricacies, I think it's a little different because there's so much going on TMA.
Ruin me.
Right.
Oh, well, there's one of the drops.
Yeah.
Well,
Chairman
good start.
Kurt, I think he's going to fire 100 drops between now and 11 o'clock. And I also know this. Rich Gould is going to be with us at 9:15. Philadelphia Eagles fan, correspondent, Dan Orlovsky, Twitter provocateur, Rich Gould with us on
Eagles
the presentation.
super fan?
Yeah, I think so. Joey Vitale, 9:45, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom leading 3-2 over Buck Swope as we head into the second half of January for a Jim Dandy of a Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day showdown. Doug? If the Blues can just get hot, they can win this baby?
We can win this baby. They won a couple babies in a row now. Looked very good in that first period last night.
You were there last night.
I was there last night.
Oh, really?
And it was the Riz Show night at Enterprise Center.
Right. Lots of people wearing Team Riz jerseys, and they were down there on one of the Toyota trucks trying to sell that. They were throwing T-shirts and just had a grand old time.
Did you have a Team Doug shirt on?
I did not have a Team Doug shirt on.
who gave you the free tickets?
Now, hold on a second. Martin, did you catch that?
Yeah, that was his attempt to kind of get Doug back. Okay, you
You think that was retaliatory?
You're picking on me over here for pushing buttons? Let me guess. Freeloader.
Yeah, they were free. That's for sure. And it's sweet, of course, but that's
Bill!
It's beyond the point.
Chairman Kurt, do you feel like you
boy Tony.
do you feel like you got your answer?
Yeah, that told me all I needed to know.
Oh, really? So you now know where he got the tickets because he was in a suite?
Oh, I didn't really care where he got the tickets. I was just taking a shot.
That's fine.
Was it a Pond
that. That's
vehicle?
If it's a Pond-off
No,
vehicle,
it
that's
wasn't.
Not that sweet.
it
That's
wasn't
the
that
Bull and the
sweetest,
Bear.
the greatest suite in the world. Holy
I'd go
crap.
watch country music and sit there.
Yeah. But it was a great game. They played terrific in the first period, as well as I've seen them play all year, that first period, I think.
And I think the thing that stands out, and Jim Montgomery said it, we'll play this momentarily, but Robert Thomas is on the show yesterday, and he says it's the most important game of the year. Okay, you got that. That's established. A lot of people would agree with it. But then to play like that, come out of the gate like that, and finish it off like that, because Montgomery also said following the game, yeah, we got the 2 points on Tuesday night, but I wasn't really pleased with the final 9 or 10 minutes on Tuesday. This was a complete game, and if anything, it culminated at the end with Nathan Walker saying, I'd like to put you on my dance card?
Right. He hit him with some jabs, little left jabs, jab. Well, really rat-a-tat-tat type delivery with the punches. He's just a little banty rooster is what he is.
He's the Earl Weaver of the 21st century.
I think he is.
You throw many punches in your day, Doug?
I know.
You didn't strike me as the type that would ever have been much of a fighter.
No, I've never punched somebody. I haven't. Have you been in fights?
No, I'm not. I'm a pacifist. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
We got from the 309, which I believe is up Peoria way. I think, because that's the Plowhawks area code. Takeaways. Past 2 games were so much cleaner than the 2 before that, where we gave up 6 goals in each. We can be excited all we want about our defensemen getting goals, but the defense has taken care of our end and the puck so much better. Number 2, the need for a win streak gets higher and higher as we get later into the season. And number 3, for as chippy as that game was, we were never out-muscled or out-tough. That's 309. How about that?
It's
like a
chippy.
little
I always like that.
Point by point by point. Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if Otter texted into the show.
You think that was Otter?
Maybe.
The Nonling. You know him, Doug, wrote for InsideSTL.com, covering the Blues, and a longtime member of TMA, the International Brotherhood of Nitwits, hockey aficionado. Kevin Lorenz texted me after the Parayko goal. That was McKinnis-esque. Doug, do you like that clapper? No traffic?
I did like the clapper.
Okay.
It was cannonading blast.
Oh, nice.
Over the last 4 games, the Blues have given up an average of 1.5 goals a game.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks.
He said that's a game where in the Bannister era, and even recently, they lose the lead in the second period and lose the game in regulation. And I said, I'm telling you, whether they should or not, these guys believe that they are legit. And I just get that sense across the board. I mean, we've heard Robert Thomas say it. We've heard when Chris Kerber's on, when Joey Vitale's on, Jamie Rivers, Bernie Federico, John Kelly. It's a consistent theme. They really do believe it. Then you had the famous Biz observation during the Winter Classic on how high he is on the Blues' potential. And he wrote back, I believe it. The hole might be too deep, but they've got a lot going right now, and Parayko is playing some of the best hockey of his career. They just need to avoid the couple of no-shows per month, and they have had those no-shows. Can they get to a 3-game winning streak? Off to Salt Lake to find out. And now it's on to Salt Lake City.
And then to Vegas after that.
So, and where they
I told you. That's what happens when you go to the net. That's what happens when you want to play hard. That's what you do when you have the want to.
Now, was that
Big
Jim
Al knows
Montgomery
puck.
postgame, or was that...
No, that was Big Al.
Big Al.
He knows puck.
He addressed the media.
Can we go back to...
I've got you at 3 drops. I'm going to keep track.
Can we go
He's going to
back-
get 100.
Can we go back to the phrase, put him on his dance card?
You like that?
I just absolutely love that.
Yes, thank you.
You think they pass out cards before the game and you write somebody's name on there that you're going to dance with?
I don't know about writing it out, but I absolutely could see that there's conversations in the room about somebody being on somebody's metaphorical dance card. Yes.
I suppose at some point in history, people actually had a dance card. If you go to old sock hops in the 40s and 50s,
sock hops.
that you'd have a dance card. Did you dance like the Dickens, did you?
Oh, I love to dance. Right. Like that was me and Doug at a sock hop.
Do you love to dance? I absolutely hate to dance.
Is that right?
Oh, hate it. Yeah, because I know I'm horrible. Yeah, it's awful.
Once a year at a wedding. That's about it.
Yeah. If I have to.
Kind of have to at the wedding.
What's your go-to move?
I don't have a go-to move. I've got
kinda
nothing.
Side to side?
Yeah, just try to not embarrass myself,
Yeah.
not fall down or something.
Yeah, but you're so hot that I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, so it doesn't really
You
matter
know,
what
because
I
like, let's pull up video of the Uptown Girl video with Billy Joel. What was that? Was that last year?
I don't know what year what I was doing.
83?
I think 83, 84 was going to get you live. I'm going to say 83 because it's going to get me 84 and 82. I just don't think 85 is live. So I feel like give me 83 and 84. Chairman Kurt.
Oh, no, I'm going
to put Martin on the years thing today.
Man.
Yeah, Chairman Kurt, he's on the quest for 100 drops today.
TM Uptown Girl was written and performed by American musician Billy Joel from his 9th studio album, An Innocent Man,
Yes,
released in September of 1983.
But
My vibrator.
Now, what was that?
it's Jamie Gillespie.
Little non sequitur.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's only got 96 drops left, and there's plenty of time in this ball game. I want to drive this point home because it's important because Doug's embarrassed by his dancing, and we're talking dance cards because of Nathan Walker put an exclamation point on the festivities last night in the Enterprise Center. Christy Brinkley, all-timer. However, the dancing with Billy Joel off kilter, but like you, Doug, because she's so beautiful, you kind of go,
Didn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're a woman that's that hot, whatever you do is cool.
And if you're a sports talk show that's hot.
Same kind of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Same level of importance.
We received dance cards at the late 90s, early 2000s Vianney father-son dances. Ironically, I always received Doug on my card. I love dancing with my stepdad. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he is not attracted to.
I am not his stepdad. Testing that bad boy out for you now. Testing out this bad boy. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things. That was the mic check yesterday.
Was that AI or was that really?
No, that was a mic test yesterday as I got ready to record a commercial.
That's the freshest drop in the system right now.
Wow. I mean, Martin, that is from January 2025. This chairman's sending a message. He's calling Jackson for help. And then at 7 o'clock, he says, I'm here to take your job.
That is gangster, you know?
That is hardcore.
Call him up for a little help and then say, okay, thanks, pal. Let me now take your job. With a drop we've never heard before.
Yeah, that brand new, hot off the press from
What
yesterday.
just happened yesterday? I went in there to record a commercial. He said, we need a mic level. Give me a test. And that was it.
The only thing that would have made the back-to-back wins better was if someone would have put that goon cadre on the IR. Let's go Blues, Sharon and Clayton. Doug, he gets booed every time he touches the
He sure
touchdown.
does, yeah. People haven't forgotten. They have not forgotten.
How about the hearty Let's Go Blues chant late in the game? Folks were fired up, man. You kind of feel it in the building there. Everybody had a piece. And then late in there, they're trying hard to get Shen. They were trying so hard to get him the puck to get that hat trick. Good for the captain. Good for.
Nice game
I feel like
for him.
Holloway's a friend of the show just because of the drop. It's weird.
Take your shirt off.
He's never been on. I'd book him, except I think then we'd be over the limit on Blues guests. But feels like a friend of the show.
Also of note from last night, not only did the Blues move within a point of the Flames by sweeping the 2-game series, but Utah, their opponent coming up, and Vancouver both lost. So I don't know what you could really ask for as far as the last 48 to 72 hours here for the Blues. And to their credit, coming off of what was certainly a disappointment against the Blue Jackets, those back-to-back Saturday night losses, they responded, and in particular, they played a hell of a game last night, and it wasn't just a case of, the Flames, they're coming off a back-to-back. Last night, they were just as rested as the Blues. Joel Hofer is in net. Across the board, you're getting everything that you could have possibly asked for in that thing. You can be excited about Hofer. Montgomery said, I think we got the best goaltending tandem in the league. The way Parayko's playing, Walker, the scrap, the play, the top line. Doug? I would describe it as a gym dandy.
Well, Calgary was here in town probably 4 days. They probably got here Monday, and then they played Tuesday, practice Wednesday.
And then I think they're going to stick around for the winter warm-up.
I think the club scene wore them out. I think they didn't have their legs because of the late-night partying they did around St. Louis.
They went to a town.
Hello, St. Louis.
Went to a Rams town hall about the money. Calgary players are chiming in on what they should do with it.
That win was nice and all, but I needed one more goal for that effing over. Come on, Cairo!
Oh,
That's
gosh.
from the Lord of my parents' basement.
Calgary got his 20th of the year. They've beaten Calgary 10 of the last 11 times they've played them now.
Good morning. Sharon and Clayton is 100% not a woman. I'm calling that now. Thank you. That's from Wedding
No,
Tackle.
it's not true. I know Sharon and Clayton. I met her on several occasions. She's a season ticket holder.
You ought to wager with Wedding Tackle then,
Okay.
because I think you're in a position here to experience some semblance of profit. You can always podcast this program courtesy of Jason Gosrow and the wonderful people at Schaefer Door Company. That's Schaefer Door Company. Wonderful sponsor on TMA. When that garage door breaks, you hear that spring break, and man, can it happen when it's cold weather. You go to SchaeferDoor.com, and Doug, you had it happen. You literally had it happen this week.
I did, yeah. Well, he fixed it. He got right out there and fixed it. I thought it might be a major repair.
Yeah.
No, just a little tweak.
Thanks, Jason.
Just simply a little tweak.
You're the best. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Plus, they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. It's going to get you the quickest response time. If this were to happen over the weekend, they set aside Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they come out and they fix them on Monday morning for you. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors. Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. They're online at schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt. How many drops so far, Martin? I think he's at 7, 8.
I had 7. You said 8. Now I think I'm going to give up. It's
He's
just
firing so many.
It's a blitzkrieg.
I mean, I'm telling you, in that YouTube chat, they are really rallying around this chairman.
Are they really?
They think Jackson is already out. They think he's already out. I mean,
15 minutes into the show.
They think he's already out.
Can I get out in front of something real quick here?
Doug, are you allowing him to get out?
Okay, yes, we will allow you to get out in front of something.
Today would be a great day to listen live or use the YouTube feature that we offer. Podcast won't be going up until after the show ends at 11.
Oh,
Understood.
No.
Yeah.
Understood.
So
Sounds like Doug doesn't understand it, Martin.
Jackson would have taken care of that, I feel.
Well, if it's so simple, Doug, why don't you cut it up during the show?
Well, I would, but I don't want to step on any toes.
Shut up, Doug.
Okay, Mike.
Oh, that was Stedman-esque.
Oh.
I think of Jackson as the talking Stedman.
The talking Stedman. That's a great compliment. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to partake in this program by calling in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. I guess the filtering system today will be a little light because, what do you just see it light up and then you put them on?
yeah, I've started to memorize some of the names. So if they're one of our go-tos, I got you.
I understand Pastus from Fastus
He
is
was
waiting
gone.
there.
Now he's back.
Call in, and you are also welcome to text in 314-399-9646, and then youtube.com/TMASTL. 150 people already hanging out here at 7:17, Doug. So friends are gathering.
Okay,
in
well.
the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt is in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. And Chairman Kurt, Doug, might be here to replace Jackson this morning. That's the sense that I get. This is not I'm just filling in. This seems like some kind of hostile takeover, and I think we are witnessing it. And it's tough.
Jackson's getting Wally pipped.
That is the theme in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL.
I kind of look at it like Hulk Hogan at Bash at the Beach '96.
Oh, yeah. Doug, you were going to say it was reminiscent of Hulk Hogan.
He shows up.
There?
You think he's on your side. You think he's here to kind of just help out and save the day, but really he's making the switch to the NWO and going to the dark side.
Is that what he did?
Doug, watch this. New world order. And that was the Macho Man who he turned on, correct?
I don't have any idea.
Yeah.
Show prep ass.
Gave him the leg drop, and the ring was littered with debris after that, Doug.
Why would the leg drop hurt? He's just basically just landing with the one leg across the chest, right? And that's supposed to knock people out?
I think it's more across the throat.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You sound really dumb right now.
Okay. And they just lay there and take it. They see it coming a mile away, and they just lay there.
If you just, don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Well, maybe it would.
Sharon in Clayton, not happy that the audience does not believe she is a woman. Also says, Doug, I'm sorry I missed the chance to say hi to you last night at the game, but I'm still stuck in Sanibel, Florida. Oh well, that's Sharon in Clayton.
What a horrible place to be stuck.
Yeah.
But that bounced back. Sanibel was the one that got hit real hard by the hurricane, right?
That's where I was married, and we have not been back in 3 years because of Hurricane Ian, if my memory serves, and then multiple hurricanes on the Gulf side affecting all kinds of areas in Florida. Yeah, Sanibel wiped out, though.
But it must be back in business now.
Sharon in Clayton's there. She's probably buying up properties if she's a Clayton resident. That's what I would imagine. In case you can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. A lot of talk about what took place last night at the Enterprise Center. Martin, you made the observation. So did Jeremy Rutherford on the Twitter tweets. The Let's Go Blues chant at the end following the Walker fight. That building was a buzzing. People are feeling it.
I thought you were going to a clip. Sorry.
No, I apologize.
So sorry.
People were
You passed me the puck, and I whiffed. I had an open net, and I whiffed.
And then your response, and then I was going to go to
I see.
Montgomery.
No, I think the fans understood the importance of the game. And as bad
and
as...
they loved to see the performance that they got with that importance.
Right. But I think they knew going in, and it's interesting because Doug asked Robert Thomas, is this the biggest game of the year? And I think he could have poo-pooed it, and I get it. Every time you play a big game, the later the season that it happens to be, it's going to be a bigger game. But he bought in, and then on the pregame shows, listen on the flagship, and Alex Ferrario came on and said, Robert Thomas is calling it the biggest game of the year. And I said, that is straight out of TMA, just like straight out of Compton.
Straight out of Compton,
maybe?
yeah.
So I think, Doug, you triggered a thought, and I think Robert Thomas was motivated by that. But, yeah, the fans were into it. I mean, you had a little bit of everything. The captain getting involved. Kyrie's your top scorer, gets to 20. And Parayko's probably your MVP. You asked Bernie Federko that question yesterday. And I was curious what he would say because I don't think there's any obvious answer who the MVP would be on this team. Mm-hmm. And as Bernie was talking through it, I was thinking, what about Parayko? As much as he has been scoring in addition to being a blue line stalwart.
I like that a lot.
Oh, you're liking things. You liked me saying Nathan Walker put him on his dance card, and now Martin with blue line stalwart.
I like that.
You're really pleased with your friends today. Not coworkers, your friends on the show.
Co-workers, I'd say.
Well, let's pal around this weekend, Doug.
Yeah, Scotch for all. Here is Jim Montgomery on the importance of what just took place in those two games against the Flames.
It was really important. We needed to win both games, to really get close. And now, we're 1 point behind them. They have 2 games in hand, but they got to go win those games to separate from us. And we did what we needed to do here in these 2 games. Most importantly, the way we played tonight, the way everybody in the lineup competed, especially in the first and third. I thought Calgary had a good push there in the first 15 minutes of the second, and then that power play goal was big at the end of the second.
Mm-hmm. When we got to 3-1, were you a little nervous? Like, here we go?
Geez, I didn't think they'd blow a 3-goal lead.
Okay.
But Calgary certainly outplayed him in that second stanza. Sometimes I call it a stanza. I was impressed with the crowd, too. because it was just jam-packed again. You know, this is a team in the middle of the standings. It's cold out. It's a school night. And just darn near every game they play, that building is completely packed.
I just think that number one, I think fans like the way this team plays. I think there is a belief that it's trending in the right direction. I don't know if people are necessarily thinking, if they can get into the playoffs, maybe they can go on some kind of run, but who knows, as long as you get in there. And there's that importance element of it. So when you have the importance and then you get that kind of performance, and like I said, I think the Walker fight at the end was the cherry on top. People just feel like their investment emotionally and financially, for that matter, when you're buying tickets, is reciprocated. And that's why people, like I think the team, buy in. And that's what translates to an energetic building.
I think it's a great contrast to the Cardinals where you're saying, give me a reason to believe. And I think in the room, the late edition, we've talked a lot about it, but the late edition of Holloway Broberg, I think in the room made them think, oh, okay, that's going to help. And then they go and get Fowler. Yeah. A real need at the time. I think, again, in the room, they're saying, all right, maybe management thinks this team should contend, at least be a playoff-type team. All of that said, you got to win 3 in a row at some point. And Utah has a great opportunity to win 3 in a row. You're going to have a tough time at Vegas, so they've got one of the better home records and one of the best teams. I would take care of business, Doug, on Saturday, because that Vegas is going to be a tough stop.
Is it too much to say that this is a plucky little hockey club?
Boy,
I like that, too.
Now you're having
Am
a
I
big
going
show.
overboard?
Now
Lucky.
you're having a big show. You got Chairman Kurt trying to fire 100 drops, and now you're having a big show along with Martin. I always have a big show.
Blue line stalwarts, plucky little hockey club, and then we had rocket surgery.
No, it's a stupid question.
I was surprised they started Joel Hofer. I really thought you'd go Bennington back-to-back because it's against Calgary. It's a game you're trying to win. He played well Tuesday, but they want to stick to that model. Yeah. 2 for Bennington, 1 for Hofer. 2 for Bennington, 1 for Hofer, which would tell you that Bennington gets the 2 starts on the road, if I'm following this math correctly.
Yeah, as I look at it now, it's been that way almost, well, with only one exception, it's been that way since the middle of November.
Yeah, that's Montgomery's thing. I think he really wants to make it 2 for Bennington, 1 for... So there's no guessing anymore.
Guys, for quite possibly the first time ever, the Blues have supplanted the Cardinals as St. Louis's most popular team. The Cardinals are dead.
No, they're not dead. They're not dead. It's a down period for sure. But dead, I think that'd be a little bit of an overstatement.
I mean, I think in 2019... But it wasn't necessarily, I mean, the Cardinals went to the NLCS that year, but in 2019, the city was owned by the Blues for months.
Well, when you get a championship team, that'll bring in a lot of fans that otherwise could have cared less.
Didn't happen for the Swarm.
Well, no, it happened for the Rams. For
okay,
sure.
but then how do you explain the Swarm?
I don't even remember what the Swarm was. Was that a basketball team?
Wow. Nice show prep.
Did they play in St. Charles? Was that the Swarm?
Oh, and now we're going to hate on St. Charles. Have fun, elitist.
Well, that's where they play. It's a family arena, right?
I mean, do you not remember Doug Smith?
I was just going to say, who was the Mizzou guy on that? Not Buck Grimm, but it was Doug Smith.
Buck Grimm was on that club, too.
He was.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, he was.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Oh.
If he just would have jumped a little higher with Tyus Edney, Missouri wins the 1995 National Championship.
I guess.
Was that your line of questioning at the first practice you covered with the Swarm? Hey, Buck, real quick, going back to the Tyus play. I did notice at the winter warm-up, a lot of the autograph sessions are sold out. So I think the diehards, I think your attendance this weekend is going to be the diehard. So it's not a barometer or a gauge of where fans are at. I thought it might be.
I was thinking we don't really have, like the chairman is a Sound Story employee who freelances, for lack of a better term, on TMA. Chairman, would you describe that as a proper description? I mean, hell, you're the one who's doing it. What would you tell? What would you tell Doug? Doug wants to know.
I'd say that's an apt description.
Okay.
Kind of a freelancing contractor, if you will, Doug.
Okay.
So I would love to have Martin. You probably remember this. I think we did this on the Morning Grind. Doug, you absolutely remember it. Kevin Lorenz, who I made reference to earlier, the non-ling, did it. I think that's where I like Mark Muldoux came from. Is when we sent people associated with the program, usually young upstarts, down to the winter warm-up to interview fans. But Chairman Kurt, he's a 39-year-old?
39.
39-year-old.
A little bit grizzled.
Yeah, grizzled veteran who's operating a separate business. We don't have like the Plowhawk. We don't have gluten-free Perk, Maddie. We don't have some young
Evil
upstart.
David Letterman.
Evil David Letterman, our 57-year-old intern.
Right.
We don't have that person to send down to the winter warm-up to represent this program, to get a pulse for what the fans are feeling, and perhaps mispronounce simple names.
Could we solicit audience members that are going to be there to just simply with their phones record a little man on the street?
Do your own damn interviews.
Well, I'm just saying if they wanted to showcase their talent,
right.
Send in some cool audio that they maybe would slice it up next week.
Then the next thing you know, you could be a superstar in this industry.
You could. It's about all it takes now. Get your phone
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
Okay, sorry.
And I'm not suggesting they chase the players to the parking lot and do the clown show.
I would say more of talking with the fans.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So we are not advocating you get a credential. Right. I'm saying as you walk the concourse this weekend, and that's a great roll call question for today. How many of you listeners are going down to the warm-up? We give away some passes. So we know.
That's the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
That's where the Moldu thing came. Was there also a Daniel Descalco?
That's correct. I don't know if that's in the system or not, Chairman, but that definitely was a drop. Guys, send the now demoted Jackson. That's from the Newt Bowl eligible. Brian Henshin, Doug, he's covering the Colts, and he just found out that they're out of the playoffs. And he says, I'll do anything for you, Mr. Tim. Thanks. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin, TMA ombudsman and correspondent.
All right.
So it sounds like he would come in from Indianapolis and cover it for us.
Who's the number two Asian intern? Was there a second?
Doug, did you ever have a rankings of various ethnicities of our
Did
interns?
Mike Lee intern? Not really.
Don't believe so, but
really.
certainly a prominent force on the show over the last couple of decades. I'd rather buy a house in Warson Woods than go to the winter warm-up and talk to Cardinal fans. That's from Mr. Lick, so it sounds like he's out.
I hope the winter warm-up is a big success.
It is.
I don't want to be depressed and down on the Cardinals for 6 or 7 months. We have to be honest about what they're doing or not doing.
We don't hold rights.
No. But at the same time, I don't want to just be upset or mad about everything the Cardinals do. I don't want the stadium to be empty. It makes for a really boring summer.
I mean, obviously, Fowler's established.
Yeah, I want them to have success badly.
Is that where Bo Hart, hard work, originated? That's from the Birthday Hawk, and that is a wonderful observation. That is where that drop came from. I wonder who was the guy that went down there. Was it producer Joe?
The cat also may have contributed the audio.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible.
I think we crowdsourced this weekend.
I think we do. Who in the audience wants the gig? Who in the audience wants to get it? And the next thing you know, you're a rising star in this industry, Doug. Can you imagine being a rising star in this industry?
There's so darn much glamour. That's what you have to get used to.
That's it, the fans. Speaking of which, Harrison's brother Master is texting in, and he feels like you big-timed him last night. He says, good morning, boys. Tim, big news. I met Doug last night at the game, and he big-timed me. Walked out of the Jameson Club. Doug was walking to his suite. And I said, love the show. Doug said thanks and acted like he didn't know me. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Well, I'm not sure I had met him before.
Wow.
I said thank you very much. What was I supposed to do?
Wow.
Sure, whatever.
I saw him in the hallway. I didn't realize it was Harrison's brother, Master. He said, like the show. I said, oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And then continued on to my suite, of course.
And I assume you had Cronky-like security around you?
Well, I had several
Closed off the bathroom.
Yeah.
Doug's in there. You know, he's got a prostate problem.
I didn't know
We're going to close this thing off for a while.
I can't just talk to any riffraff.
Gosh darn it, my prostate.
Oh, wow. KG is on point.
You have a whole section of prostate drops up there?
Actually, I lied earlier when I said that your drop was the newest in the system. That is actually the newest drop in the system. Mad Dog talking about his prostate.
Oh, is that right? Is that something he was debating with Orlowski?
No, this was him talking about going to the premiere of the new Jawline King movie. And
Timothy Chalamet.
An issue he had as he was in his seat. It's in the audio fun if we want to get to it later.
Mad Dog talking about his prostate at the Bob Dylan picture.
Well, could I hear it one more time, please?
Just the drop?
Yes, please.
Gosh darn it, my prostate.
Okay.
Almost sounded like Frank.
Sounded like he was reading it, too, like someone provided a script for him.
Okay, my prostate. How was that, Frank?
That's pretty good.
That wasn't bad, Chairman.
I'm concerned, Tim, when Eric Fetty talks this weekend, that I'll have a little
porta potty
mental problem.
Porta potty guy.
Looking away, just thinking porta potty guy.
I feel like we're gonna have to inevitably play that audio for him and ask him if he was in fact the porta potty guy. Doug, we welcome the audience to get involved. Pestis from Festus 314-974-0101 has already called into the program.
Oh, has he?
And you can text in 314-399-9646 and participate in a very active YouTube chat this morning. Friday, 3-day weekend. The people are up and they're fired up because here come the St. Louis Blues. Doug, would you like to tell us about Mark Milton? Because he's a delightful gentleman and a longtime sponsor of TMA.
And he's fired up not because here come the Blues, but here comes tax season. People are going to have some issues. They always have issues with tax season. The godforsaken tax man does not give up. He does not back down. And that's why you need Mark Milton in your corner if you have any kind of tax problems. You've got maybe unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies or wage garnishments that keep you up at night. Very worrisome. Maybe you're facing IRS criminal investigation. Then it really gets nasty. And that's where Mark Milton comes in. Contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com if you have any kind of tax issue at all. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark is now helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems right here in the St. Louis area. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is among the best in the entire country. Any kind of tax issue that you might have, this is definitely the guy you need to get in contact with. Any kind of IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor of TMA. Guys, I saw Tim and his wife last year leaving a Blues game. I said, love the show. I'll be listening tomorrow. And Tim said, well, it'll have to be on Monday because tomorrow is Saturday. And I felt like an idiot. That's from the 618.
Well, you put him in his place is what you did.
Well, I don't like to talk to the commoners.
No.
But I hope that doesn't come off as arrogant.
Nothing you could ever do would be arrogant, Timmy.
Doug, I would have come in and done a show just so they didn't feel bad. That next day on that Saturday,
Yeah.
just so they didn't feel
Be quite an effort to put in another 4 hours.
It's like when you tell the waiter, like when they say, enjoy your meal. Oh, yeah, you too. Kind of like, oh, you want that one
Yeah, you
back.
want that putt back. It's a 2-footer. We got to make that.
And then he brings you your sandwich, has got a bite out of it because you told him to enjoy the meal.
There is an opportunity here on this program for an audience member to establish himself or herself as a TMA correspondent because the Cardinals have made a change to winter warm-up that the Post-Dispatch details with their headline column this morning. We'll tell you what that change is and what the opportunity with this program is coming up next. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA STL.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues take the second leg of a back-to-back against the Calgary Flames last night, pulling within 1 point of a playoff spot. But Calgary, as Doug Vaughn likes to say, a couple games in hand. They'll be back in action this weekend against the Utah Hockey Club. Pregame at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8. That's right here on 101 ESPN. This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. A lot of Blues conversation here after the huge win last night with an energetic building in our first two segments on the program. And we will be joined by Joey Vitale coming up in our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate by calling in, texting, the YouTube chat, emailing in, all kinds of different options for you to get involved. The text number, 314-399-9646. The phone number, 314-974-0101. And the YouTube address is youtube.com/TMASTL. Watch the show and interact with the listeners in there, Doug, because Diddles, the Piddles, Tiny PP, Big Blonde Dan, and the Baldwin Beer Betch are all in there talking it over with Jock Hoare, John Scores, and, of course, Stag. Stag is omnipresent. So we are in the process here on this program of trying to solicit the next great broadcasting superstar representing this program at the winter warm-up and talking it over with the fans. And Derek Gould writes this morning in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch that for the first time, the main stage events at Ballpark Village will be open to the public, no ticket necessary. And that means people won't have to purchase a ticket to attend and possibly participate in the fan question sessions with John Mozeliak, Bill DeWitt Jr., and Bill DeWitt III. Answers free of charge. Mozeliak's appearance is scheduled for 11:30 a.m. St. Louis time on Saturday. The DeWitts are set to meet with the fans at 9:30 a.m. St. Louis time on Monday. Hours for the final day have been reduced to 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and one of the closing events will be another main stage event. Manager Ali Marmol will also host an open to the public question and answer event at 11:15 a.m. Monday in Ballpark Village. Doug, so this is an opportunity for our listeners to represent and partake in the Q&A, but then also interact with the fans to get a gauge on the temperature of the fan base, just like ESPN ranked the temperatures of the organizations last week in a poll that you thought was really, really scientific.
You think some of the fans will blister the executives of the St. Louis Nine?
You mean we see some holding accountability?
Yeah. I bet they're mostly polite. Because the fans that would go to that are big-time super fans usually. And I don't think they're going to go and try to get nasty or rip anybody. I wouldn't.
What do you think on that, Martin?
I like the fact that they're available. I think instead of hiding, I think the fact that they're telling you it's free and open to the public. You've got questions. Here you go. There's Mozeliak on the podium, on the stage. There's Ali Marmol. I bet you Ali will get into it. He likes to debate a little bit. That might be must-see TV.
You're right.
Mo will kind of play it down the middle. Well, guess you don't like our club too much. He'll give those type of responses. I think Ali will lively debate. Say, well, what would you have done? Well, oh, really? Well, who would you have liked to have used in that situation? He likes to go back and forth.
Yeah, that'll be good.
I might go early on. Is it Monday?
That's a Monday affair.
I like the fact they're available. Is it also because they didn't sell all those tickets and now they're just saying, hey, well, guess what? They're free. Yeah. I did see all those autographs that are sold out. I could find the list somewhere, but, the Wins, the Walkers are all sold out. There's a lot of them. But I think that's a great opportunity, not only for fans, but if you think you're the next Kenny Costas, here you go. This is your chance.
To BFib check in.
So we're looking for a correspondent?
Yep.
And let me guess, we ain't paying him jack squat.
There's some gift cards.
How about that? Martin just said came up with an idea.
You got a little bit used on them already, but there's just balance on there. Get yourself a bag of fries.
So, Doug, gift cards for a bag of fries is the compensation package.
All right. And we don't have that in our possession yet.
Well, it depends
but
how
we
many
might
are.
get it.
We used to give away gift cards for the Athlete of the Week. It was to Arby's. And I just noted, and Charlie Marlowe was our, prep zone sort of correspondent. He did many of the Athlete of the Week interviews. And I would just look over at his desk, and he was always eating Arby's. I kind of wondered after a while, where are all those Arby's gift cards going? And he goes, yeah, well, some of the kids aren't allowed to have them. It's like it's a Misha rule.
Yeah, right.
So you rewarded yourself.
You got to reward yourself. Larry Thornton.
I used to eat bear claws 2 at a time.
Yeah, you got that too. Larry Thornton, who used to be a producer in the sports department at News Channel 5, says, can we activate a group to go down to the winter warm-up Q&A all wearing Navy caps and demand a change to the road uniforms? Wow. That's something that I would happily bankroll. I feel passionate about that. Asked Bill DeWitt III about it when he was on the program, and it doesn't sound like there's any movement to returning to the Navy caps on the road. Why? I don't know.
I don't know
Hey, did you
either.
see the Cubs alternate uniforms that they released last night?
They went that powder blue, kind of that cardinal blue.
Pretty sharp. I thought they were pretty sharp. I really did. Check those out. They were all over the Twitter. Derek Gould was on a tweet storm last night with those Cubs alternate jerseys, but I was a big fan of those things.
I almost quote tweeted and tagged Jackson just for his opinion on it.
Yeah, didn't you set up a uniform review account for him, Chairman?
I did not set up an account. We did the video with the for the college football playoff bracket with uniforms, but other than that, Jackson's on his own with the uniform thing.
Tim, will you be signing? I have a game ball from your thrilling win at Cardinal Fantasy Camp. That's from Manute Bowl eligible.
Will you be signing?
Can you imagine? I sat down.
I think the Cardinals would deal with that if you set up your own little card table.
Now, why does it have to be little? I caught that. I caught that.
I think they put you next to Shane Robinson, and then people are kind of confused.
Who is this? Let's see. I would ask Bowtie how it feels that he cannot sleep with my wife, and Army and Tim can. Take that, Mo.
Hey.
Doug, that's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville in Webster Grove.
Wow, he is bandy.
So that's the question that he's going to ask tomorrow at Ballpark Village.
Do they risk getting questions like that? Hopefully not. There'll be some decorum.
Larry Thornton's got an Army going down there to look for the Navy caps. Recovering alcoholic obviously has his question lined up. Who wants to be the TMA correspondent? Text into the program, 314-399-9646. You can email me, tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. It is the morning after here on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. We'll take a break, come back with more here on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
I didn't get invited to hang out with Team Doug at the game in his suite. Nope, I was back at the old studio watching the game on TV, but I enjoyed that, and also got to see our buddy Robert Thomas, our guy Jim Olive, popping up on that commercial, the Auto Loan Pro, big Blues sponsors. You see the spots, and when you go online to autoloanpro.com, you'll see Robert Thomas on the site, and then you just scroll down and see the free playbook. It's all about you understanding how credit works, how you can buy a car, and maybe next time around you buy an even bigger car. They're going to help you establish your credit. Whatever your circumstances are, you want to get into a new car, they're going to help you do it with little or no money down. Anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase with finance can get complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup along the way. The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track, working with over 50 vendors, lenders, not vendors, they're lenders. There's a key difference there to help you get the very best financing. Go to the Auto Loan Pro website. It's autoloanpro.com. You scroll down past our friend of the show, I think he is, Robert Thomas. Find the playbook. Download that. It's the Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family.
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt on a mission to play 100 drops as he tries to replace Jackson Burkett while Jackson is on vacation. So that's what's going on here on YouTube.com/TMA STL.
100 drops. What have you played so far? 10 or 12 or so?
That's probably right. Ballpark.
Okay. Well, you may make it then.
Guys, I thought about taking you all up on the Citizen Reporter winter. You heard Citizen Reporter. You like that, Doug? Citizen
I don't
Reporter.
mind it.
Winter warm-up offer. If passes were provided, of course, but then I realized it would be awful. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know what this is. It says Canty and Evan get way more shots on camera than Michelle. She has a beautiful face, so show her more. That's from the 518. Is that
wrong
a text
number. We got a wrong
is
number.
That a text in regarding the show with Michelle Smallman?
Probably.
And they sent
Chris
it into
Canty.
Chris Canty and Evan Cohen. Am I correct?
I don't know who the other
they're the
fellows
show
are.
That's from the
They
518.
hit leadoff, Doug, for this show.
Oh, they do?
We're in the 2-hole.
From caller Buzz. Tim, I will go for you. I have no dignity and no filter. Caller Buzz says he will go to represent
Friend
the
of
program.
Robert Thomas?
But we don't want someone representing our show and being real obnoxious there. We don't want that.
This is a show that has always been based on being gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Hey, a bow tie. You have a TMA listener? Oh, boy.
Yeah, that we don't need.
And please, actually, do not identify yourself as part of this operation. For legal reasons.
Yeah, that's all. That's the main reason. Get involved on the program if you would like. 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Doug, it's not Tuesday, but Larry Nickel is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Oh, wow. This is, there must be some breaking news.
Something happened last night.
Larry, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN. You're talking to Doug Vaughn.
Well, I want to, hi guys, how you guys doing?
Well, we're fine.
Wonderful. What about
we're
yourself?
fine, thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to Martin we brought from last night.
Martin, this is a 2 Fox Sportscast criticism?
Okay, now I have to think, what did we talk about last night? Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Bob Uecker.
Yes, sir. What about it?
He was a WWE Hall of Famer in 2010.
Oh, it was.
Nice job, Martin.
Well, we only have so much time. Mr. Uecker, Mr. Baseball, had so many accolades, I regret not mentioning he's in the WWE Hall of Fame. And if I could ask you a question, Larry, why is Bob Uecker in the WWE Hall of Fame?
Okay. He was a WWE Hall of Famer because he took part in WrestleMania 3 and 4. WrestleMania 3 as the ring announcer for the main event between Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. He was one of the ringside announcers for the opening match of WrestleMania 4 during the Battle Royal.
Oh.
Okay.
But he never put on the tights and grappled.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
That was Drew Carey.
Drew Carey did?
Yes.
Huh. How did he do?
WrestleMania or on Price is Right?
No, the Royal Rumble back in 2001.
Oh, come on, Tim.
Yeah, I apologize.
So were you bothered by the fact I didn't include that?
Well, I was because we did the Bob Uecker story.
Mm-hmm.
Did you call in to complain?
No, I was just calling to add something to your report.
Okay.
Nice. Nice.
We'll do
I want to bang him.
What?
So maybe I'll do an apology today. I don't want to get canceled over this, Doug, so I will probably issue an apology. In fact, right now I'll just issue an apology, a blanket apology to the wrestling community at large, to Big Wrestling. I apologize for not including that mention when talking about the great Bob Uecker.
Larry, does that suffice?
Yes.
There you go, Martin.
Right.
You don't have to do it on air tonight.
Thanks.
On the 2 Fox.
I appreciate your willingness to forgive me, Larry.
It was just a fumble on your part, Martin. But
I regret
turnovers happen.
Larry, any other thoughts that you'd like to share? Any criticisms of anybody else on the dais?
No criticisms. I was just pointing something out.
This probably bothered you all night.
definitive no. They did unearth the audio of Uecker signing off when the Brewers lost.
Yes, I saw that.
And I think very cryptic. And I remember at the time Yelich being really emotional and like saying, I wanted to win it for Uecker. And I kept thinking, well, seasons end all the time. And I just think he must have known he wasn't well. And so it meant way more to guys around Uecker because they knew that might have been his last shot at it.
That's a good observation, Martin. And if you recall, for the Brewers, they were on the verge of going to the NLCS. And then the Mets had that 4-run inning, the Pete Alonso home run. And so it was a brutal way for their season to end. That's interesting because you would imagine that Yelich knew
I think they were
the health
tight.
situation was. Yeah.
And he has said something to the effect, Uecker signed off with, this one really stings. And then you hear it now, you're like, wow, brutal. But did anybody have, we talk approval ratings, but I mean, Bob Uecker across the board, don't you think? I mean, any detractors? I mean, there were people in this town. Mike Shannon was beloved, but there were some people like, I'm kind of tired of it or over it. Or, I mean, you'd hear a little bit of that.
Yeah, Jack Buck maybe at that level in St. Louis.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody disliked Uecker. If you did, it's on you. It's not on him.
Even nationally, I don't think. And he wasn't national when the social media thing took off.
Yeah.
But still, I just feel like he's one of those who's gotten universal praise.
So Jackson played a clip of his Hall of Fame speech yesterday when we found out he passed away. That was about 9:50 in the morning. And, Doug, I believe you made the observation that it sounded like he was ad-libbing. Well, I watched the obituary that MLB Network had for Uecker, and I had seen this because they did a Bob Uecker special about a decade ago on MLB Network. And if I'm not mistaken, it was either Bob Costas or Al Michaels. Maybe it was Pat Hughes, actually, who was his broadcast partner in Milwaukee for a while. He said, and the thing about that speech, because it's considered legendary, is that it was not written down. It was 100% off the cuff. So he delivered one of the most famous induction speeches because of how hilarious it was, and it was all off the cuff. That is gangster. I mean, that is hardcore, man.
And those Hall of Famers around him are all laughing.
And tears, wiping tears away.
And that can be kind of a crusty bunch that isn't always that. They don't even seem excited to be in Cooperstown for the weekend. But to see them all laughing at everything he said, it's unbelievable. I mean, I honestly, in Wisconsin, I just wonder if the flags are at half staff. I mean, he was beyond legendary. Yeah. I think Matheny told me this, too, because he played for the Brewers for 5 years. I think he would go out with him because Matheny's big on fishing, and so is Uecker. And Uecker would spend most days out on Lake Michigan. He had a big old boat, and he would just go out all day on the boat and then come in and go to the game.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
And then work the game that night. And had a pretty good setup, but yeah.
I found myself watching not only the MLB Network obit on Bob Uecker yesterday, but some of the appearances on The Tonight Show yesterday, which were so good.
Oh, yeah, just great. And deadpan through it all.
Yes.
Never cracks even a hint of a smile.
There's one, he's out there next to Mel Brooks, and obviously Carson, and it's Uecker that's owning the stage, and he's out there with Mel Brooks and Johnny Carson. And yes, you're right. He stayed in character, for lack of a better term, the entire time.
Frank put up a YouTube clip of interviewing him in 2006 down at the stadium. And it was the same thing. Frank's cracking up, and Uecker's got this straight look on his face the whole time. So what was it like? Take it. Okay, you hit a home run off Sandy friggin' Koufax. What was that like? Well, I apologized to him. I mean, I feared it might keep him out of the Hall of Fame. And just rapid fire jokes like that. And you hear Frank laughing, and Uecker's staring at him like, what? What's so funny? Never broke character.
Guys, Uecker is the Jay-Z of Hall of Fame speech givers. One take, drop the mic, sup hove. Doug, that's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attractive.
I never made that connection, but I could have been recalcitrant.
Wow. Do you mind defining that?
What a life he lived, though. To get to play Major League Baseball for your hometown there for a while, and then to not have a whole lot of success, but at least he made it, won a World Series, then got to spend decades doing play-by-play and the game that he loved. He was in movies and TV shows, and the Hall of Fame and broadcasting clear till he was 90. I mean, you can't have a much more entertaining life than that, can you? I mean, it seems like he got to do everything he could ever dreamed of doing.
Cardinals opened up the 2019 season in Milwaukee, and it's opening day, and we're in line. They're doing security. It's out by, like the right field entrance, and we're all getting wanded and going through your bags, and I see a little bit of a commotion, like, move over, man, move to the left, okay. People have to kind of clear out of the way, and I see an SUV pulling in to the interior of the stadium, and it pulls up and parks kind of by a wagon gate. You could see the outfield grass from where this car parked, and Uecker gets out, and I thought, that's about how it should be. Pulls right into the building and parks next to the wagon gate in right field.
Well, you can imagine if he tried to walk through the crowd, no one would leave him alone.
No, I didn't have a problem with it at all. I thought that it was gangster. I loved it. It's kind of how Doug arrives at the Blues.
Oh, I didn't know you were in this same.
You couldn't have imagined seeing that 1964 Cardinal team that won a World Series that he was on it, that the backup catcher, maybe the 24th ranked player on the roster, would become the national celebrity more so than any of the players or anyone else involved in that team.
You are welcome to call in and get involved on the program via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646, and then the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can watch the show and interact with listeners. 245 friends have gathered right now at youtube.com/TMASTL to watch the program and talk it over. The YouTube camera is brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Exciting news from Schnucks. I'm always telling you about the great rewards program. Now it's even better. They have upgraded here in 2025. It's getting personal. They've completely refreshed the programs to add more personalized touches with new perks just for you. You're going to get personalized savings, basically custom deals on the items that you buy most. They know that because it's right there in your rewards app. When you buy things, they keep track, and that's good news because then you're going to earn more money on the items you typically buy. Get personal double points days, earn 4% back on your entire cart. It just adds up over time. You're checking out, and they'll say, hey, did you want to use any of your rewards? You got $20 in there. You got $25. You got $50 in there. Let it build up. It's all savings back to you. Get a free, freshly baked donut on your birthday. All part of the personalized rewards program. If you're already a member, you'll start seeing these benefits in your rewards app. If not, it's the perfect time to sign up. Just download the Schnucks Rewards app to get started. You're going to save money while you're grocery shopping anyway. Why not do it at your neighborhood Schnucks?
Welcome back. Fisher Window endorsed to our 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Curtin for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. Doug, Alex Rodriguez sent out this tweet.
What did he send?
At the passing of Bob Uecker.
Okay.
Heartbroken to lose Bob Uecker, an iconic voice of baseball. He brought joy not only to Cleveland, but to baseball fans everywhere.
Not only to Cleveland.
What?
Is he talking about the movie Major League? Did he think he was really the broadcaster for the Cleveland Club?
I can't answer that, as we have not talked in a week. But that tweet, as you might imagine,
not going over too well.
He meant to say Milwaukee.
Well, I mean, he was on the call as Harry Doyle of really what was an unbelievable bunt by Tom Berenger, who was an ATO at Missouri. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Him going down the line, that first baseline on that.
Jake Taylor.
You probably saw a lot of that at fantasy camp down there.
I did. Guys just grinding with bad knees to try to win an exhibition game against a team of chiropractors from Belleville. Oh, that's what it's all about,
It's a good
though.
team to be playing against in case you get hurt.
They filmed Major League when I was at Marquette, and they would have postings around the campus saying, if you want to be an extra. I didn't go, but a lot of people did.
Some of your partners went?
They'd get on a bus, go out to County Stadium, and you just sit in the crowd. They needed extras just to fill up the stadium. So, A-Rod, I'm sorry, that Cleveland portion of Major League was not a real team.
No.
Nor was Bob Uecker a real announcer for a Cleveland team. That was a movie, Alex.
Yeah, an unfortunate tweet from Alex
How could you
Rodriguez.
not know he's the face of the Brewers, the voice of the Brewers?
Just think he had that in mind. He just typed Cleveland instead of Milwaukee.
It might reflect how they view the Midwest. Like, hey, where are you from? You from Detroit
Right
or
next to each
Cleveland or
other.
one of those?
It's all the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Blues are coming off of not only last night's win, but the win on Tuesday against the Flames, and now they are just a point back of Calgary for that wild card, sitting at 48 points. Calgary at 49. The Canucks lost last night as well. So did Utah, the Blues' opponent, coming up tomorrow. The importance of these two games, truly, I mean, I really do believe this. If they lose both games, you're essentially in the mode of, man, we're probably just playing out the string here over the next 2.5 months. But instead, they win, and not only win last night, but the performance across the board from start to finish, culminating with Walker's fight that got the building going bat crap with the Let's Go Blues chant, sends them into some momentum as they head out on the road, where they'll be tested by a Utah team that is struggling, but is right there with the Blues in the wild card race, 5 points back. You can really distance yourself there if you can win in regulation. And then also the Vegas Golden Knights, a team that sits atop the Pacific Division, tied with the Oilers, who had a big comeback last night. But the Blues were from start to finish in dominating form. Here is what Braden Shen had to say after he had 2 goals in the win.
Step in the right direction. They're a good hockey team. They come at you hard, and we were able to play 2 pretty solid games against them, and find 4 points against them. Those games, like, from the previous COVID season, stuff like that, usually the team that loses the first night, usually gets the better of the team the other night, and we were able to grab 2. And like I said, it's baby steps, and now we're going to go have a good road trip here.
If you lose both, you'd be 9 back. Yeah. Just think about the devastation of just 2 games in January. You'd look up and say, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Now we're 9 back. That would have been brutal.
And to draw a parallel with it, it's real easy to do. I don't think there are any Blues fans sitting there going, wonder if they can catch the Stars. The Stars are sitting at 57 points, the Blues at 48 points. The math is the same, 9 points back. You're not even thinking about it. So imagine if it would have gone the other way and the Flames win both those games in regulation like the Blues did to them, and they're 9 back of Calgary, what that would look like. So when you get those wins, and especially I think the critical part is the bounce back from the disappointment of what happened against Columbus, really both Saturdays, and then to carry over the momentum from winning on Tuesday, even though both Jim Montgomery and guys in the room were talking about, they were coming off back-to-backs the night before in Chicago. They were playing. We weren't. We're rested. The test is going to be on Thursday. Well, look what they do. They come out and they take a 3-0 lead and establish the dominance and carry it from start to finish, even though Calgary made a push in the second period. Now, along those lines, this team has been in a spot, if I'm not mistaken, 7 times this year where they've been in a spot to win 3 straight. And they're 0-6-1 in those positions. They will have a chance to get that 3-game winning streak. Now, here's what Braden Shen had to say about the trip to Utah and carrying the momentum over.
Like I said, this is 4 points where we feel they can give us a little bit of momentum for sure. These are, they said, when you're playing the team that you're kind of chasing, both teams know what's at stake, and like I said, it can give us a momentum boost here. And like I said, now we're going into 2 tough buildings, one being Salt Lake, where we've never been before. It's a tough place to play from what we hear, and Vegas. So I got to continue this into the road.
I'm glad he explained that because he said a tough place to play, and I was thinking, has anybody ever been out to? I think it's the home of the Jazz, and then he said, from what we've been hearing,
their schedule is tough here the next couple of weeks. They got Vegas twice, and Dallas, Vancouver, Colorado, Utah, then Edmonton, Florida.
How do you do?
It's a tough run.
How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, thanks, but they may not be after that run.
Doug Vaughn has officially announced he is shorting the St. Louis Blues.
No, I'm
Your
saying
reaction, 314-974-01.
Then they go to Winnipeg.
Yep.
Okay.
They go to Calgary. They go to Edmonton.
Yeah.
They got a little Canadian swing line.
Yeah, Western Canada.
Then they go to Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
San Jose. San Jose.
Yeah. Well, they don't do San Jose this year.
Did Douglas ever count the bowl games? Did he ever let us know how many bowl games there are? Because I think, is it 38 now? Is it 39? Is it 40?
Last night it was 42.
There it is. That was 41.
You got to count. I will give you a prop bet, Tim.
All right, I'm taking prop bets.
Clayton Keller scores a goal tomorrow night. He always scores against the Blues.
Wow.
Remember Clayton Keller? So
An anytime goal for Clayton Keller, Doug. Fire a bullet on that one
bet
if
there's
you would
a
like.
prop out there. I'm
absolutely it is.
I'm going to guarantee he scores a goal.
Is he the pride of Clayton? Is that where he was from?
Well, his name is Clayton. I believe he's Swansea, Illinois.
Oh, is that right?
But when he was the Phoenix Coyotes, then they were the Arizona Coyotes. He scored 11 career goals against the hometown team.
Yeah. Well, these next 9 games are about as tough as you could line up for.
For real. When you look at it, how many of those teams are, if the season were to end today, sitting in the playoffs? I realize Utah's on the outside looking in, but I think everybody, I guess Vancouver's right there with the Blues, so they're not in, but it's a critical game. Those are the 3 teams, Blues, Flames, and Canucks at the moment that are fighting for that second spot, the 3 teams fighting for the 1 spot. Chairman is killing the drops. That Libby Jack better up his game on Tuesday when we make our glorious return following a 3-day weekend. I guess best ofs playing on Monday, if I'm not mistaken.
I would assume so.
Okay. Yeah. Chairman, that wasn't fair. I was crowdsourcing there. It's not your department. This guy runs Sound Story, Doug. That's what he does. He's just he's here out of the kindness of his heart because he wants to play 100 drops and get in the Guinness Book of World Records.
I wish we were counting the drops because I think you're probably up over 20.
I tried. I gave up.
Yeah.
He was just.
I bet Buck Swope is.
He'll know.
Or he'll go back, review the footage.
No, I'm not sure anybody in my toilet.
What was that now?
You don't want anyone in your toilet?
I think when Larry has done some content online, I think there's been some requests to see different parts of his house.
Is that right?
And I think the toilet's one of the featured areas.
Like you always show off your bidet after you give a take on a Mizzou game.
No, I don't.
I know. You like water sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, Munganast is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA and the 10 o'clock hour, for that matter. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com, and a number that they set up specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is the following. Doug, take a listen.
Okay.
314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganast. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, get your car serviced at Munganast. StLouisAcura.com, AltonToyota.com. Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got playoff football this weekend. How do you do? But we've also got a weird thing going on.
What?
Tom Brady is going to be on the call of the Lions and the Commanders. And you go, okay, who cares? And I say, I understand. But Tom Brady is interested in his position with the Las Vegas Raiders hiring the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. And longtime legendary ESPN SportsCenter anchor, and now for probably more than 2 decades, I would say, host of the Dan Patrick Show. Dan Patrick made this observation regarding the circumstances that Brady's spot as the Raiders owner, along with being a Fox broadcaster, presents.
Ben Johnson is the object of desire right now. Is he going to go to the Raiders? How does that go with Tom Brady's game this weekend? He's got that game. He's got the Lions game with the Commanders. What happens if they show Ben Johnson on the sidelines? Is Tom Brady, minority owner of the Raiders, allowed to talk about Ben Johnson? Does he have any inside info, which I would believe he would? I like how the NFL makes it seem like this isn't a conflict of interest. Seton brought up something this morning. He said, imagine if Jerry Jones was going to be the analyst for a game, and he's looking for a head coach. Is there a conflict of interest there?
I still want to see Jerry Jones in the booth. I don't care if there is a conflict of interest.
The Eagles, and I really enjoy this Los Angeles squad that they
I like
put
that
together.
It's pretty nice.
You just have to say Los Angeles a lot.
I suppose it is. It's obviously a conflict of interest, but does it really affect what happens on the field?
I think it's just a bad look. It's a little awkward. And the only thing that could play out where maybe Brady is compromised, let's say the Lions offense has a terrible night, is Tom Brady up there saying, boy, that was a terrible play call. I don't know what Ben Johnson is doing. But I still like him a lot, and I think he'd be a great coach, and I hope he moves his family to Vegas. I mean, it's a weird situation.
It's from my standpoint, it's open and shut. That it lends itself to a damage of credibility for the broadcast, and there's not even I don't really see any other way about it.
No, but can you do anything to damage the popularity of an NFL broadcast? Is anybody going to say, I'm not watching that?
I didn't say popularity. Nay, I said credibility. And Chairman Kurt is nodding in approval because we're in an alliance.
But does anybody...
New world order.
Will anybody watching be bothered by Tom Brady's conflict, which we all agree is real?
Yeah.
Most people probably don't give a rip.
No, I don't think
But the NFL is the one who should care, but much like the sort of relocation guidelines and sort of these rules
and they adhere to those rules, right?
They don't really have rules.
They don't really care.
Kroenke cannot own the Nuggets and the Lanch, okay? That's just not. We don't have this cross ownership rule. He's going to sell them. Excellent. Who do you sell them to? His wife. Okay, that takes care of it.
Yeah.
All good. What else?
Now you're in
What's
the clear.
next? It does feel that way.
Yeah.
I think it's a total conflict. I just don't think the NFL deep down really cares or wants to mess with Brady and or Fox. I don't think Goodell wants to piss off Fox, so they just kind of let it slide.
Yeah, they all get fabulously wealthy, all of them involved, and the fans will watch, and I don't know that the fans will care a lot either.
Aaron Rodgers made this observation on the other game that I think has the biggest interest this weekend, and that would be the Bills and the Ravens with Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. This is Aaron Rodgers.
I will say this, this is the problem, and I'm just prognosticating here, but big problem in the football media is what is going to happen to the loser of that game.
Can't get it done. Can't get it done. And
both guys had incredible seasons, right? Incredible season. Josh, I don't know, until the media, which has a big sway, kind of jumped on the Lamar train, because he had an incredible season too, but it seemed like it was Josh's MVP to win. He had a phenomenal season, arguably the best player in the league. And the other guy who would probably be in the conversation besides Saquon is Lamar Jackson, and just a little ho-hum 41-4 season for him. But again, they both haven't, won, been to a Super Bowl, which is, everybody's measuring stick for giving somebody some sort of elite status that we have to grovel to receive from the media.
Well, I guess he's echoing what we talked about yesterday, that inevitably who loses it will be called a choker, inevitably, that they can't get it done in the postseason.
It happens in a lot of sports. I think he's spot on. Somebody's going to lose. It doesn't mean that you're done a bad job, that you got to keep playing until somebody wins and somebody loses, and it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's choking in the clutch or can't get it done in the playoffs. It's just the way sports goes.
And if Lamar has a bad game, Rodgers is right. He went 41-4. Those are touchdowns to interceptions. 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. You can't take that away, Doug. I can't wait for this game. I've talked myself into the Ravens winning, I think. With that Derrick Henry.
Interesting.
I think KG's drops are not only plentiful, but they're on point.
You think people will even remember Jackson worked here?
Oh, he just texted me from the train.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I asked for pictures. He's blowing through Granite City as we speak.
Oh, you're so massive.
Okay, Jackson.
Needs to calm down a little bit.
Beautiful picture there. Oh, and Chris May is at the door. I'll be right back.
The Billiken athletic director is here to drop off gifts, I guess, for us. All right. Well, Martin is going to go let him into the studios here. We will take a commercial break. Joey Vitale, Rich Gould, Gabe DeArmond, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, all coming up here on the program. This is TMA 101, ESPN, and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The SLU Billikens with co-host and friend of the show Josh Schertz will be back in A-10 action tomorrow against Richmond. Tip-off will be at 1:30. This has been another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Doug, you always say this program is one where friends feel they can
drop in at any time.
Well, guess what? We have a friend of the show, and he's the athletic director of St. Louis University. His name's Chris May, and he is here in studio with us right now. Doug.
It's great to have you, Chris. Thanks for dropping by.
It's great to drop in. Thank you. You know, I'm here because of Jackson. You know,
I think we're all here because of Jackson.
Well, and hard to believe you guys let him take a day off. He's out.
That was Doug.
On the
that
train,
was Doug doing
he's
that.
Going, but I heard him talking about our new jerseys, and I'm like, okay, Jackson. So I hit Martin. I'm like, what size is Jackson? So I'm out here delivering.
Wow, look at this on the YouTube here.
For the Lou jersey for
beautiful.
Jackson.
That is such a sharp look.
So when Josh comes out here next time, we're expecting Jackson
to be dialed up.
Sporting the gear.
He will be.
He'll absolutely wear it. He may never take it off.
The Marquette guy, I'm like, okay, I'm not bringing this out. I'm not getting the Marquette guy and all you
every time Chris sees me, I'm wearing Marquette gear. He said, really? My wife went to SLU.
So, you know, I'm like, so I got, you guys got all geared up.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, Martin.
Wow.
So it's Christmas.
Look at this.
Christmas in January.
Look at this.
How's it get any
Look
better?
at this.
Oh, wow, it doesn't.
Thank you, Chris.
Wrong sizes.
Look
There's
at
other sizes
this.
here. Hopefully you can.
I assume this is a boy's medium.
Yeah, well, I don't know what size.
Toddler.
Whatever size Martin said they were. But
Wow.
no,
would you like me to wear this when coaching 8th grade basketball and getting our teeth kicked in?
Yes, it'll be a lot better than
You never know. There could be a prospect out there at St. Gabriel.
Oh, I don't want to break an alliance Chris seems to have with Jackson, but Saturday, Jackson's going to the Marquette game in Milwaukee.
Chris.
Taking it back.
We might need to FedEx something to him so he
Taking
can
it
walk in
back.
there with some class. But no, we appreciate you guys covering. Josh has had a lot of fun with you guys on the air, and so I've stick my head out here, make sure you guys are geared up, and we got a big game next week. We got LaSalle, but then the week after we got VCU and Dayton. I'm both at home.
What a week that's going to be.
Hopefully we can get you guys in the arena. You're welcome anytime. And, yeah, a lot of excitement in Chaffetz Arena right now with Josh and his team.
How much easier is your job when you've got a coach who wants to sell the program, who wants to get out and market?
Yeah, it helps for sure. I mean, and you got a guy that really enjoys it. He really enjoys it. He believes in... You know, when we hired him last year, we had a lot of conversations about building community and building team all around this thing. And he believes that we can be St. Louis's team as the jerseys show. And we're excited about having him here. But now it's really the day-to-day work, right? How do we make sure everybody knows who Robbie Avila is and Gibson Jimerson, who Gibson's playing off the charts, and Swope, and the young guys who are starting to play a lot because we've got some injuries. So it's an exciting time. Campus is starting to buzz about basketball again, and so it's good.
He was really the hot name around the country at the end of last season. I'm sure a lot of programs wanted him. How did you convince him to come here?
He was, Doug. We were
Was it TMA, you think, that got him?
TMA helped a lot.
I knew that helped.
You know, that was one of those pieces. But we focused on Josh real fast when we went into the market, and we were very blessed. There was some blue bloods that were making runs at him, but the fit of a private school in an unbelievable city like St. Louis and what we can build here, I think won out, and we're excited, thrilled to have him.
I get the sense that if he gets things going here, he's not going to be somebody who's going to be going, oh, let me look around and see what's going on. You're nodding. You get that sense as well.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've talked about, what's the long term? How can we do this, and how can we make it great? And there are examples out there, and I hate to make Martin feel better, but there's a place in Milwaukee that's done it really well. That's made it a great destination for coaches to build something big for the long haul. We think we can do that here, and that's why Josh is here, because we kind of saw eye to eye on the vision on that being the prize. Mm-hmm. And it's not just winning A-10 championships; it's making runs at the big one. And so, yeah, we think he can build something with us truly special in St. Louis.
He spent 13 years at Lincoln Memorial, and he almost turned down the Indiana State job because he felt so comfortable or at home at Lincoln Memorial.
Actually turned around on his way
His
to Terre
agent
Haute.
said, "What are you doing?"
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, actually turned around because he's like an hour out from Terre Haute because he's like, I just don't want to do this. And I think it was the new AD or president at Lincoln who said, hey, you owe it to yourself to pursue this.
Right.
I mean, that's the kind of guy we're talking about here.
And he's clearly a man of the people. Yeah. He just is. Yeah. I mean, you from the Starbucks to he's learning every restaurant in town. He's funny. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't share this, but I will. We're on the air. We're having a little interview early on, and I'm like, Josh, do you have any real food limitations? He goes, does it look like it? I'm like, okay, you're my kind of guy. But no, he's really embraced St. Louis. He's done a great job for us in a short period of time, and it's exciting times for sure.
And the other thing is, I mean, he's going to be 50, so he's been doing this a long time. So I think some of these guys, it is nice at that age, just kind of settle in, have a job that you love. And it feels like he's an overnight success. This reminds me, Kevin Burkhardt, who's the lead announcer on Fox, who was on my podcast like a couple years ago, and I said, well, you're kind of an overnight success. He said, Martin, I was like 40 when I got to Fox. I'd been kind of grinding away. I was selling cars for a while. So a lot of these guys, when they get somewhere, they have been putting in their time, and they're ready to just kind of settle in.
He's coached a lot of ball. He told me the story about at Indiana State last year. Somebody went to him and said, can you ever imagine you would win 30 games in a year? And he's like, well, yeah, it's my 6th time. Right. And so, yeah, he's been at it for a while. He's been in the grind, and I think he really focuses on what's important to build a program from a values perspective, from a culture perspective, and we can do it. We can do it at St. Louis, and so it's great. It's great to have him setting the foundation of what it's going to take to be great for the long haul.
I heard that Troy Robertson was looking into added eligibility with all the new rules. Have you heard him kicking that around?
Yeah, I talked to Troy yesterday. He's trying to get the final waiver.
Isn't he pushing 40 himself?
Oh, at least,
But doing it well.
Yeah, if he can still shoot, I guess.
If we're bringing him, then we for sure got to have Highmark in there.
Well, that's true.
Then we'll be set.
Those are St. Louis guys. I always loved it when they can recruit the guys from the area. Is there any kind of push towards trying to nail that down?
Big time. There's no question. We have to recruit hard and get St. Louis kids. And the great thing is, and Josh was over at Chaminade the other night, there are some unbelievable young talent in our city that's coming out in the next couple of years. And so that's a big time focus for us, because at St. Louis University, being the city's team, we've got to have a core, we've got to have a foundation of St. Louis kids to be great. And we're highly focused on that. Corey Tate knows every gym in town. He's highly valuable in that space, and Josh is in the gym regularly watching these local kids. He walked into one gym, and Shaka's right there.
Yeah, the MICDS kid was playing, John Burroughs' kid was playing at Chris probably can't comment, but
might have been a game at SLU High.
It was at SLU High, Tim. It was at the high school.
The University High
Coach
School.
Schertz and Shaka Smart from the Marquette University were sitting together.
Hey, I'm curious about this, because we hear a lot about it, and we made reference to Troy Robertson, who practices height discrimination. I want that on the record with you in here, Chris. The NIL and how things have changed. I mean, you've been in the position now for a couple of decades. How has that changed the game for St. Louis University, and how does it impact St. Louis University's ability to try and get some of these big-time players who are out there?
Yeah, it's changed the game big time, and I believe all for the better. I think it puts us in a position that we couldn't be in before, and we'll compete in that space strongly. And there might have been years and years ago, some people believe people were in the compensation business before. I don't want to assume that, but
Doug, you would never think that.
No, I didn't think that was happening.
St. Louis University was never going to be there. Well, it's legal now, and we're going aggressive in that space. So I think it's one of the great equalizers.
Wow, so that's interesting. You look at it as a real
I think
positive.
it's as an opportunity.
Wow,
yeah,
how about that?
Big time, especially and Josh will tell you the same thing. In a city like this, with the ability of cities and communities like this, we think it's a huge opportunity for SLU.
I would think the, quote, clean programs over the years had to be so frustrated, because you hear stuff, you see stuff, and you're like, we're trying like hell to do it the right way, but we all know they just did this or they did that. You know, that had to be frustrating at times.
I'm only worried about us.
Right. Go Bills. Okay, that's what I was trying. My wife just texted, any gear for me. So, she is a slew rat. Okay,
The number one priority. We'll make sure she's set.
Oh yeah, she's got a lot of slew gear, and we've got slew coffee mugs, and it actually drives me crazy. We need some more Marquette gear in that house.
It's good that slew foundation at your house brings some class.
She's got.
Wow.
How about that,
You
Martin?
just took shrapnel.
Chris, thanks for dropping by. Thank you for the gear as well. Great to see you. Thanks for
Absolutely. All right.
I'm going to the Dayton game, Doug.
Good.
Thanks, Chris.
Oh, great.
That's Billiken Athletic Director Chris May dropping by some gear. And that jersey he got for Jackson, that is really a sharp look. I mean, it really is.
That may not be here when he gets back.
You might swipe that.
Yeah.
You might swipe that.
I don't think Jackson has the arms for it, frankly.
Wow.
You mean the guns?
Wow.
You've seen him.
I think he'll probably keep it here and just slip it on before every show.
Well, he could do that if he was here today.
The jersey was here.
Yeah, he skipped out. He skipped out is what he did. That's being a true son. He didn't want to show any disloyalty to Laird Veach. And so he decided to take the day off under the guise of a train trip.
Damn it, Biddle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. And Brown and Crouppen is our presenting sponsor. They've got a phone number that is incredibly easy to remember. Here, I'll give it to you. 314-222-2222.
Got it.
That's exactly right. It's Brown and Crouppen. They're local, founded in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and this local environment with superior legal services and valued client services as well? Well, Brown and Crouppen is that firm. They're part of our community. They value it, and you are going to get great service and great results, a strong voice, and an advocate. It's Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different. It must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt in for Jackson Burkett. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt filling in for Jackson Burkett. And on a mission to play 100 drops between 7 a.m. today and 11 a.m. when BK and Ferrario take over live from Centene.
I believe he can do it.
Buck Swope probably tracking those drops, and we will see where things stand here as Chairman Kurt fills in for Jackson Burkett. So we were discussing the NFL playoffs and Tom Brady catching hell from Dan Patrick for being on the call of a game in which he is pursuing the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions and how it presents a conflict of interest. Well, there's another television program that you can watch, Doug, if you're interested.
Sure.
And it ties into St. Louis. It was 25 years ago this month that St. Louis was supercharged with an electric atmosphere that was enveloping the entire region. It was a giddy glow. Do you like that? It was a giddy glow.
I don't mind it. Yeah.
That only sports can illuminate. A quarter century ago this week, on January 16th, 2000, the St. Louis Rams beat Minnesota 49-37 in the first NFL playoff game ever played in the Gateway City, something the Cardinals never accomplished in their stay from 1960 to 1987, and the Rams had not done their previous 4 seasons in town. But this 1999-2000 Rams team not only was special, it changed the sport with its rollicking. Martin, rollicking?
Is it supposed to be frolicking? Was it rollicking?
I just read what's in the prompter. Greatest show on turf offense, quarterbacked by Kurt Warner and designed by Mike Martz. Warner's story has been told before in many forms of media, even movie theaters, with American Underdog, and now a new version chronicling his captivating life is set to debut tonight on MGM Plus.
That's a new one. MGM Plus. I got to get another app. It's another $10 a month.
That's a premium content channel available via streaming and also carried on many programming distributors such as Amazon Prime, Roku, Spectrum, Apple TV Plus, Uverse, DirecTV, Fubo, Sling, YouTube TV, Xfinity, and Fire TV services. Subscriptions run at approximately $7 per month.
Oh, another $7 a month.
Do you know your password, Doug, for MGM Plus?
No.
Do you have a QR code maybe you can scan?
I don't have any of that.
We share the same code for browsers. The Warner story kicks off the 4th season of NFL Icons, 1-hour NFL films production set for the same time slot over 4 consecutive Fridays that focus on Hall of Fame players. Next up in order, DeMarcus Ware, Joe Montana, and Gale Sayers. So that is tonight at 9 p.m. on MGM Plus. As Doug, it was 25 years and a day ago that the St. Louis Rams defeated Randy Moss and the Minnesota Vikings.
Boy, that was a fun game. That stadium was as loud as any in the country. And if I'm not mistaken, the first play was a bomb to Isaac Bruce for a long touchdown.
Pass over the middle, and he was gone.
That's how it started.
Set the tone.
Yeah.
In the tunnel, maybe 2 hours before the game, we're down there pre-gaming, etc. I see all these security guards coming around the corner, and they're walking Coach Vermeil out onto the field. He's got like 6 guys around him.
Really?
As if he's going to be attacked, right? And I'm in that tunnel, and I thought, I'll just get out of the way. So I sort of scoot back against the wall, and he veers over towards me. And I had covered him for 3 years, but we weren't really warm and fuzzy. I mean, it was he was nice to everybody.
Yeah.
But he made a beeline over to me, and he shook my hand, and he said, we're going to kick their ass.
How about that?
And I swear, I've told him this story, and I got chills. I was like, oh, my God. Like, he must have been just so pumped up that he just was looking for anybody. Because, again, he knew me, but we're pretty tight now. But then I wasn't. And I was like, oh, my God, that's like the coolest thing that's ever happened to me.
How about
And then they
that?
went out there, and 100% had happened, and they went out there, and they did. That was just unbelievable.
Interestingly, and I imagine you remember this, but they were actually losing at halftime, which is so surprising for the way that the game played out. And then it was Tony Horn with the kickoff return in the second half. And they didn't look back. I felt like the game was not as close as the score indicated, but they were trailing at halftime. So for as dominating as that team was, their 3 playoff games were not necessarily blowouts like many of their wins were throughout the course of the season. And, of course, you're playing great competition in the playoffs. It stands to reason. But the next 2 games after that Vikings game, that offense was really held in check. I mean, they had only scored, what, it was an 11-5? I mean, what a random score in beating the Buccaneers. And then they had only put up 16 points before Warner rainbows the sideline. Isaac
Warner.
That's right.
That was such
To
a...
help us all come together as the 12th Ram, we've created Ram rules.
Follow these 5 rules to give our team dome field advantage.
Together as one, we can do it.
We can do it!
This was well after
a city that won a Super Bowl 10 years later is being taught how to cheer.
Right, because we didn't know football.
Right.
Okay.
I think there might have been different people in the front office in 2011 versus the 99 season.
But that was such an incredible collection of talent that they had. There may have been some teams in the past that had that much offensive talent, but not many. Not many. The guys that they put on the field were just an incredible collection.
I think, and I do share that sentiment. I think immediately it's tough for me to say anything about the 70s, but I don't think the 70s were known for offense. It was known for the Steelers and the Steel Curtain. But I would imagine, and you boys tell me if I'm off on this, that the 1980s 49ers are held in higher esteem by NFL historians, and the 1990s Cowboys are held in higher esteem. And I think for the Rams, the St. Louis Rams, the fact that it was essentially a supernova, it was there and gone so quickly that I think that lack of longevity plays a role in not appreciating how great it was in particular in that year. That 1999 team was truly, I mean, they lost 3 games in the regular season, but the 3rd game was a game in which they kind of Chiefs-Broncos did. They sat out guys.
Joe Germain started, I believe, in Philly.
And yes, that's exactly right. Andy Reid's first season with the Eagles. So that was just one they punted on. And then the 2 losses were in overtime against the eventual AFC champion Titans. And I believe there was an offensive lineman named Fred Miller who had, I think 31 false starts that game, Doug. 31.
31 in one game.
He's going against the freak, Javon Curse, and freaked out a little bit in that game.
And then the other loss, and I recall, Doug, we've talked about it because you were at the Silverdome for this. They were about to beat the Lions, who did go to the playoffs that year, but the Lions converted a 4th and 25. Jermaine
I missed it in the elevator from the press box going down to the locker room. Had no idea why they were now losing.
Tajay Allen had a tough day at the Silverdome.
So my premise being, I think locally, and I even think maybe for some of the guys on the team, I could be off. You've probably talked about this with number 28, Marshall Faulk. I always thought the 99 team was better than the 2001 team, and I'm sure some would go, well, of course, they won the Super Bowl. They were better. But you ask guys who were on the 82, 85, 87 Cardinals, such as Ozzie Smith, which team was the best, and they say the 85 team, even though they didn't win the World Series. I think the 99 team was more dominating than the 2001 team.
I do, too.
You agree with that? Okay.
Most of their games weren't even close to the point where they stopped playing in the 4th quarter. Some of those records they put up would have been even more unreachable, but they didn't need any more points.
Can I play you a little happy clip, Doug?
Oh, you absolutely could, yeah.
Someone's going to make a play and put going deep. Touchdown. Ricky Prohl in the corner. They sold out with the blitz. That's a play. Is it ever? They're going to go for 2.
How did they not drop an indeed right there? That's a play. Is it ever?
You mentioned Fred Miller. He's the answer to a good trivia question. Who caught the Rams' first pass in the Super Bowl?
Fred Miller.
Fred Miller. It was a deflected pass, and he caught it. Warner's first pass got blocked, and Fred Miller made the catch.
That is an outstanding trivia question.
Timmy, like a fun nugget? Would you like a fun
Doug
nugget?
just gave that one. I guess it's dueling nuggets, Doug?
We got dueling nuggets.
Segment.
Dueling nuggets.
The 2000 Rams actually outscored the 99 Rams. I didn't realize that.
That doesn't surprise me. That was the shoot will fix it era.
Yeah.
That was the I like Trent era. And that was a waste, unfortunately.
540 points scored that year in 2000, but they gave up 471. The year before, they scored 526. So basically the same, but they only gave up 242, a massive difference in points allowed.
This is 100% crowdsourcing. I can think of one other city. Two other. I apologize. Two other cities, and maybe you guys will be able to jump in. How many other cities outside of St. Louis in the last 25 years, and we've still got a couple weeks that we can say this, won a Super Bowl, a World Series, and a Stanley Cup?
Pittsburgh?
No.
When do you remember the Pirates winning a World Series, Doug?
Nice, Chairman. Chairman's coming after Doug.
1960?
1979. We Are Family?
They won in 60 and
79.
Yeah.
We Are Family. But this is the last 25 years.
Oh.
An important
Did you
disclaimer.
say the last 25 years, Tim?
Yeah. I was under an overpass.
Chicago? No,
My
they haven't won the
Townsy?
Super Bowl.
Nope.
Haven't won the Super Bowl. Miami? Tampa?
Hold on.
I thought this was going to be kind of obvious.
Can we have initials, please?
I think it's Philadelphia.
Los Angeles?
No, they haven't won a cup.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of guesses here.
Can we have initials?
I'll just do it. Boston.
That's the obvious.
B.
That would be obvious.
All right.
And L.A.
Okay.
But there
The
might be
Kings,
others.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the
Kings. Kings and things. Now, there might be one that I'm missing. The Bears are out, which keeps Chicago out. What was the other one you were talking about? The Flyers haven't won a chalice in the last 25 years.
No, I was thinking Tampa, but they obviously haven't won the
World Series.
World Series yet. Yeah.
So how about that?
Really nice on your part, Tim.
Maybe you should get some of the Rams money. Divvy it up. A counter proposal to Greater St. Louis.
That would be the worst piece of eliminating ever. Tim gets the Rams money. We've decided to award $500 million to Tim McKernan.
Highest scoring NFL team ever, the 2013 Denver Broncos. How about that?
Is that right?
And that's before Peyton got there, was it? Is it when he got?
Must have been when he was there.
And the Patriots 2007.
I think that was with Brock Osweiler.
I don't know.
Look it up. Do some show prep.
DeGrom on the season, just to show you how crazy it is.
Oh, no.
This is earned runs this year. 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1.
Manning was there in 2013.
1, 2, 1, 1, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2, 3.
Rich Gould is going to join us coming up in a matter of moments here. Sideways with Dan Orlovsky, and he is on the Eagles through and through. I guess everybody in St. Louis is on the Eagles through and through, considering who they are playing this coming weekend.
What show would that have been on for Dan Orlovsky? Would that have been on First Take? Would that have been on Get Up?
Well,
would
he
that have been
has
on
diversified his
Yeah, they
appearances.
get him on a lot of those shows,
Yes.
don't they?
Well, that's
all
kind of the
day,
gig
every
now.
day, and then Rich Gould told him to piss up a rope,
That's
and
right.
since then the Eagles have been flying
Is Rich
high.
going to Philadelphia? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. He's going to
You
be
know
with
when you
us.
text somebody if they'll be a guest, do something for you with you, and they just write back, sure.
Yeah.
I always feel like that's a passive aggressive. Like I don't really want to do it. Do you read sure as kind of a?
You need to put an exclamation point after if you truly are trying to convey your enthusiasm.
I was taught to put an eggplant emoji after it, and that kind
Show
of
your
What
excitement.
does that do?
conveys enthusiasm.
An eggplant?
Soft cow.
Sure.
I actually think Tim would make better choices about the damn Cronky money than our elected
I agree with
officials.
that.
Let him have it. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton from Sanibel.
Okay, she wants
Eggplant
you to have
emoji?
it. She wants you to have it.
Mike Bush would always say, sure, on TV. Sure.
Uncle Rich is probably going to have to double down on his Orlovsky hate because Orlovsky's really high on the Rammies in this
Is that
playoffs.
right?
Yeah.
Well, because he's buddies with Matthew Stafford.
There it is.
So even before Stafford won anything, Orlovsky would be like, top quarterbacks right now, I'd take over Mahomes, Stafford. I'd take over Josh Allen, Stafford. And it's like, did you play in Detroit and you were the backup to Matthew? Oh, you're friends with him. I see how this works.
What if we had a Rams Chiefs Super Bowl, Martin?
Who would we root for? Missouri's own.
Be kind of fun.
Would it?
I guess I wouldn't mind that.
Workout, leg day.
Total non sequitur, and I'm here for it, just like I'm here for Design Air. Fourth generation.
He did it. He weaved, Doug. You see it? He weaved.
Wonderful.
Fourth generation. St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing it right for a long time. 1904, that's when it all began. Longest running TMA supporter on top of that. And we encourage you, when the furnace is acting up, it's not something you can mess around with. Get the pros to come in and repair the furnace. You can do that by going online, designairservice.com. They do not upsell. Those technicians are there to get the furnace working. That's the bottom line. It's stressful enough when the heat's not working. Make sure you have the pros in there to fix it and fix it right. If you need a new unit, they will let you know. If not, they'll get it repaired quickly. Reputation means a ton. That's why we get so many great reviews from listeners. The feedback's been awesome over the years. Design Air, great sponsor. Make sure you reach out to them for all your heating and cooling needs. DesignAirService.com.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Winter warm-up passes the prize, and we are looking for a TMA correspondent this weekend at the winter warm-up. This could be your chance to become an on-air superstar with this program, Doug, and maybe you will be doing this show 21 years from now, just like you dream of.
21 more years?
What's wrong with that?
Well, I'll be pushing 100 years old. Testing that bad boy out for you now. Testing out this bad boy. I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
Uecker was calling games.
Yeah, Doug, you can be giving takes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. Hell, send in your application for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. Then you win the warm-up passes. You go down there with your phone. You interview the fans, and you cover the winter warm-up for us. And the next thing you know, look at you. You're a superstar. Just like Rich Gould, who joins us coming up next here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreenstl.com. 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. And you're welcome to participate in the show, that YouTube chat, Doug. It's Friday, and I guess it's like a happy hour in there. It's active as all get out. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully's talking to DJ Patty Cakes and Tiny Peepee, and you know he runs this YouTube chat. He really does a good job, too. He really does a
So it's as much of a swingers board as anything else.
I think so. They exchange stock tips. Portfolios are strong to quite strong. Bishop About Sports is in there with John Scores, and, of course, the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant. He's talking about the Old Country Buffet.
Is there a Wilmore Park bathroom attendant? I mean, your years over there. I used to live right by that. St. Raphael's. I'd run around.
St. Raphael's.
Used to run around Wilmore Park.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Where is Wilmore Park?
Where Redbird Lanes used to be at Gravois and Hampton.
Gravois and Hampton.
It's the inferior park to Francis Park.
I see.
I think Loughborough cuts into Jameson. They kind of do a little wedge there.
Nicely
There's actually an apartment building that is on the wedge.
That's nice.
Right in the middle there. Cousin John and I were in the real estate game for a little bit.
Oh, were you really? How did it treat you?
I was the single guy, so I would always move in to the duplexes. So I bounced around the greater St. Gabe's area.
Until you sold it?
For a
you
little
fixed it
while.
up and sold it?
Well,
You made a nice profit.
We were the only people in the real estate game who didn't do great. I don't know how we managed to do that.
Why don't you go to one of those Charlie Marlowe seminars?
Yeah, I know. Marlowe Management. Different from Marlowe Media. We go to that Tumo's restaurant. Remember Tumo's?
Yes, I do.
Hey, Ken Wilson was the voice of Tumo's.
These are a bunch of Southside haunts, and I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is
We're vamping
TMA.
because Uncle Rich hasn't answered the phone yet.
Yes, that's right. But Martin called him, and he picked up. But then when Chairman Cart calls him, he doesn't call up. Pick up. Joey Vitale's going to join us here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and YouTube, the TMA STL YouTube channel, the great Rich Gould. Morning, Rich.
Wow. Hi, guys. What's happening?
Well, hello, Rich.
What are you doing?
We're just sitting around spitting hot takes.
Yeah.
You know.
Are you heading to Philadelphia?
No. I'll watch that game on TV. It's supposed to snow there. I went once, and that's enough for me, I think.
What about the Super Bowl? What if they get all... This is your chance to go back, buddy.
I've been there. So have you. I'm not going again.
Oh, you're not interested in the Super Bowl?
I have no desire to go to a Super Bowl. I've been to a couple now. The Rams won one and lost one when we were there, and that's enough for me.
Is there anything... For me, Rich, I think the only thing at this point that would get me out of my basement to go to an event would be going to the Masters. Is there?
Yeah, I haven't been there, and I think I would like to do that. I've never been to the Masters, and my reasoning is I have too much fun watching it on television. If you go to a golf tournament, you can't see a damn thing. I mean, you just can't.
Yeah.
You can go get a pimento cheese sandwich and, a cheap beer. Well, I can do that here if I want to. Go down to Schnucks and get some spread. And I'll rub some cheese on a piece of bread, and you got the same thing you're getting at Augusta.
I agree. And when you're there, you can't see what's happening on the other holes, what's happening to the other golfers. Yeah,
exactly.
You're clueless.
You can't see a thing. If you really like the golf, and in the Masters, I really like the golf, I would have to stay home. Now, the practice rounds, great. I would go to see the golf course, but I wouldn't care to see anybody hit golf balls anymore. I was just thinking yesterday, I turned on this one event that I like watching a little bit, and it's when the Champions Tour takes off. They play in Hawaii at this Nicklaus course out there. It's kind of appealing to the eye to me. But I got to thinking, does anybody even watch a Champions Tour anymore? I know we've got a great event in St. Louis, but I don't see anybody there that I really want to watch. Hell, Langer wins half the time, and nobody else is a name player.
You might be surprised to hear this, but Doug loves to gamble on the Champions Tour.
I don't really.
Is that right?
No, I don't. I don't gamble on much of anything.
You got a problem, do you, Doug?
No, I haven't got an issue. I'm not a gambler.
Well, you got an issue if you're betting on Champions Tour golf.
I'm not betting on anything.
Did you have Miguel Jimenez this weekend? I thought you had Angel Miguel.
No.
Rich, did you hear Dan?
A little highlight, little cricket, Doug. Is that what's next?
Well, I bet highlight a little bit when I worked in Miami. Yeah, I did that.
Road family game night. Can you imagine that? Yeah, family game night. How about that?
Hey, Rich.
Little grandson's he's going to grow up a couple of years, and Doug's going to slap him down at Monopoly.
I have to.
That ain't your house, kid.
Rich, we're hearing that Dan Orlovsky kind of likes the Rams this week, and he thinks they're playing well.
Is that right? Well, they are playing okay, but I think the Eagles will win this one, and then the next game's a crapshoot if they play Detroit, and I think they will. I think that'll be a heck of a game. I really I'm interested in watching that Baltimore-Buffalo game this week.
Mm-hmm.
And then my favorite day of football in the calendar year are the championship games.
Yeah,
championship Sunday to me, boy, I'll sit there for 8 hours and watch who goes to the Super Bowl. Once you get to the Super Bowl, well, I'll watch that too, but it's not a big deal. If Lady Gaga is there, then I'll watch.
Oh, nice! You're on the same page as Iggy. I like to hear that.
Out of the ceiling or somebody dancing, but they've got to get some acts, man, at halftime that I want to see. And nobody's calling Brad Paisley and saying, "Gee, come play a country song."
Probably not. Sounds like you're watching a lot of TV these days. Would that be accurate?
I got nothing else. I mean, I've got nothing else to do. Yeah, that's very accurate to the point of being, I have to force myself a couple of hours a day just to turn the damn thing off. I'm into the show. Yeah, Rockford. Last night, a reincarnation of Angie was on. I know the episodes by their names. The 1, 2.5 Men, Diddy Dum Diddy Do. I know that episode.
That's a great episode, Doug.
The annoying kid, and she's the one. That's Raymond.
Oh. You're not a member of the gym? You don't get out and do leg day?
I do that for about 50 minutes a day. I'll get out there and walk around the track. I've got plantar fasciitis, and boy, it's painful. So I'm not doing a really good job walking, but I can lift 100 pounds.
Okay, well that's the measurement.
I can lift that, man.
Okay. All right.
I used to lift more. I don't lift that much anymore.
Other than Rockford Files, what's the show that comes on? You ain't moving. You are watching. I'm thinking like a Cannon, Harry O, Barnaby Jones.
No. None of those flaky detectives are too much. I thought we talked about this. You're not going to get me to sit down for an hour to watch that fat ass William Conrad run around. And play detective. Mm-hmm. He's no detective. Mm-hmm. and as Kramer told us in Seinfeld, Mannix had a body odor problem.
Mannix did?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the TV stars of the '60s were not as hygienic as a lot of people think. Take Mannix, for example.
You're an angry old troll.
Says on Seinfeld.
How would we know that?
Well, how would we know? Because Kramer said so.
Oh, okay.
And he's on TV. It must be true. But I'll tell you one that I'm watching now that I'm getting a big kick out of. I just got turned on to it. Is Bookies or Bookie? I think it's
Sebastian
Bookies.
Maniscalco. Right?
Yeah, that guy. That's a funny show.
I've watched a couple episodes. He was just in St. Louis. My wife and I went to see him about a month ago. He's great.
Is that right?
I'm a big fan. Big fan of that
Your
guy.
work husband also went.
Doug's work husband.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
I like him. I've seen him on TV, and I also like this fella, whose last name I'm not sure that I get right. Bergazzi?
Oh yeah, we were talking about him on the show yesterday. He's the most popular stand-up in the world right now. They're saying.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, he's really good. They have this little snippet, they'll tease you with something. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. He was talking about his lack of knowledge when it comes to history, and he said something about Pearl Harbor. He says, "Hey, I was surprised as they were."
Oh, too soon.
Too soon?
He's just a funny man.
Speaking of entertainment.
And Kathleen Madigan. If there's anything
St.
Kathleen
Louis,
Madigan
St. Louis.
does, of
Oh.
course, in St. Louis, we love her. But if there's anything she does, I got to watch it. I think she's really good.
I was watching yesterday, Rich, a bunch of old Johnny Carsons to watch Bob Uecker, and then I rewatched his Hall of Fame speech. I would imagine you are a huge fan of his. Any interactions with the great Bob Uecker?
Yeah, a couple, but nothing, that would... When I was traveling a couple of years there, I would certainly see him in Milwaukee and talk a little baseball with him, but he didn't really want to be bothered by a guy like me. Although he was always nice. He was very kind. And I think probably sometimes people go up to him just wanting him to do stand-up. And I didn't want to be one of those people. I wanted to talk a little baseball. But the one Uecker story that kills me, he was on the bus. They were pulling into Shea Stadium. And Uecker, with his status, was at the front of the bus. And the players are behind him. So you got off first, and then the players behind him. And in they walked. There was kind of a little tunnel to go up to Shea Stadium. And there was a homeless guy there. And, I mean, he was downtrodden. Life had beat the hell out of him. He was there, but he looked up just in time through his tattered clothes and saw Bob Uecker, and he goes, "Hey, Mr. Baseball." And Uecker looks at him and says, "Hey, you're doing a great job, buddy. Keep it up." And the players went nuts. They just cracked up. So yeah, he was great. He's one of the few guys that Carson would just let go. If Uecker was on a roll, Carson just sat there. Anytime Milwaukee was on Los Angeles, he'd do the Tonight Show, and he'd do it probably once or twice in the winter, something like that.
Mm-hmm. You watch a lot of YouTube clips, Rich? That's another thing. You can go down a rabbit hole watching Carson clips?
I don't as much as I did. I'm switching over to YouTube streaming, and this is going to be just a disaster. I know it is. I don't know how to work it. I don't know how to work the damn remote control. I'm hitting buttons. Things are popping up. I'll see rabbits. I'll see this bluey thing. I don't know what channel's what.
Rabbits.
But I'm getting off the Uverse cable thing and throwing the boxes away. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, YouTube, I will. If I think of something, that's magical. Imagine somebody, who died in World War II, and they come back here and they're at a house, and you just look up, they're sitting there and they're watching your 90-inch TV that's crystal clear, and you say to him, "Hey, think of something on television. What would you like to sing?" And he says, "Oh, Bing Crosby in 1942 or whatever." And you hit a remote control for YouTube, and up pops Der Bingle singing.
Der Bingle.
That would blow his mind, wouldn't it?
Everything is on YouTube. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's anything that's not on there.
Yeah, you can think of it, type it in, and you can see it.
Right.
And in fact, I've got a homework assignment for all three of you.
Okay, what do we got?
Since there are three of you, I'd like for you to do this for me. I want you to get on YouTube, and I want you to watch from the movie Robin and the Seven Hoods, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Bing Crosby sing that song, which is coming to my brain here soon. They dance with tuxedos, and you guys then use that on your little podcast. You guys, the three of you get together and sing that song.
Oh, just like they did.
You've either got or you haven't got style. If you got it, you stand out a mile. Get on YouTube and watch that.
Doug,
we'll have to do that.
If we can perform,
fabulous.
I'll dance with you.
Well, I'm not
dancing. You would love it.
Any man who loves his mother?
That's a song, yes.
I'm looking
a man
who
loves his mother, I think. That's correct.
All for One, let's see, declares is Big Jim
Mr. Booze is also a good song. Bing Crosby sings that one in that movie.
If the old man's satisfied, then everything's just fine.
I think, too, I mean, this is probably something that Martin does a lot by himself.
Clip that off.
There's a show that was called Behind the Green Door years ago. I forget who it starred, but
What's
But
happening?
I think that was, Martin, I think once came into the office and told me that was his favorite.
No, that's not on YouTube, I don't believe.
You're
you
so
don't know.
freaking old.
You just don't know.
Tim, you have that in VHS?
I do, yeah. It's hidden under my bed.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl, Uncle Rich?
The Super Bowl winner, I think Detroit's going to stumble somehow, some way along down the line. I think if I had to pick a team, it'd be Buffalo.
Wow, how about that? Underdogs at home.
I just think that Buffalo, are they really? Yeah. Are they dogs? It can't be much. What, 1-0?
Yeah, the spread's been moving back and forth between the two, but yeah.
It can't be much. I've got a sneaky feeling that Buffalo, this might be their year.
How about that?
Now, they are famous for getting to the Super Bowl and blowing it. It's not their year. Naturally, I'll be rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Now, what's your connection to the coach again?
The coach, whose name is Nick Sirianni, and it takes this poor guy 14 wins for some people in the media, like this creep Orlovsky, to recognize that he kind of knows what he's done, and he's setting some records that other guys, with the name of Belichick are setting with all these wins. My connection is I was at his wedding, and because he is the son-in-law of my great friend who I went to high school with, Brad Cantwell. So Brad and I he was the best man at my wedding and me and his. And so he rides with Nick to the game. He gets the police escorts, all that jazz. He knows Big Dom and everybody. He walks wherever he wants to in the studio. He eats shrimp as big as your fist.
Oh, gosh.
Down there in this one little club and washes it down with a scotch. It's great.
Rich, have you been paying close attention? Are you familiar with the story with the Philadelphia Eagles fans and the visiting Packers fans? Did you see that was floating around this week?
I did see it, and I read about it a little bit. And from what I saw, the Eagles fan deserves to get kicked out and never, go to a football game again. On the other hand, I'm also quite certain in that goofy city there are a whole bunch of people that think he's a god now. Just
Probably
because that fan base is out there.
A badge of honor in their world, yes.
Yes. In their twisted, messed up world, he's probably on a pedestal. There in Boston are the two cities I don't think you could pay me enough really to be a fan of those two cities.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Maybe toss New York in there as well.
Yeah, they're there. They're not quite, for some reason, as vilified as the ones in Philly and Boston. I don't know why, because I think it's just that whole East Coast thing. And my theory would be that it's the 95 corridor. Nothing good happens on the 95 corridor.
Go to Rachel's in West Palm
this
Beach.
by watching the nightly news. There's Lester out there saying, that damn 95 corridor got him again. Cars are pulling off in ditches. It's always snowing and raining. There are people that grab you and take you out and beat the hell out of you. It's the 95 corridor. If you're traveling, guys, don't go to a rest stop.
What's our assignment?
Especially Doug Vaughn for crying. Man, they see him coming and
I'm toast.
Look out.
Yeah.
Rich is warming up here.
I lived right off 95 in Miami. It was rough down there, too.
Oh, it's that 95 corridor.
Yes.
It's north to south, man. It'll mess you up.
So is our assignment to watch the movie, the three of us individually, and then come together and sing the song? Is that what it is?
Or, have a little party there. Let little McKernan, buy a six-pack of beer and invite you to his house, and you all sit down and watch it together if that's something you'd like to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'll get a six-pack and we'll dance together.
Open, you sip on a cold beer, and the next thing you know, you'll see Bing, you'll see Dean Martin, you'll see Sinatra in tuxedos doing a little dance and a song.
And there is a song called Mr. Booze.
Mr. Booze is in that. I think it comes on after the song I was just talking about, but not much after. You don't have to really watch the movie, to wait for the next song. Mr. Booze, Mr. Booze, Mr. B-double-O-Z-E, you'll never lose. See?
I like it, yeah.
That's
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
It isn't.
Mr. Booze, I love that. I think
you'll love that. That's one of my favorites.
I think on Championship Sunday, why don't we'll come by and we will carol outside your house with some of these songs.
Well, just make sure you go ahead and wear the costumes.
Okay.
Wear the tuxedos, get out here, learn the dance. There's a little dance that goes with it, but it's something you guys can learn. And learn the words to the song, Martin. You know, don't fudge on the words. Learn the words.
Scolded here. RGOBooks.com is where you can buy the book. There's a snake down there.
I'm it's kind of slowed down now that Christmas is over, but I did sell a book yesterday online and went to a bookstore and picked up a nice check for selling books during the holidays.
Good for you. RGOBooks.com. There's a snake down there, the original publication from Rich Gould. It is not about Dan Orlovsky. It's about a children's book, actually.
It's a children's book, yes, and people would like it. In fact, I have tweeted a couple of times Nick Sirianni of the Eagles reading it to his kids.
How about that, Doug?
Nice.
So that's he's got my book. I'm trying to get Taylor Swift involved, but that's been difficult.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Kind of a high bar.
But you go right to the bookstore to get your check. You write a book, and then when you want your money, you go to the bookstore and they hand you the check.
What you do is you sell these books on consignment, and in cahoots with the bookstore. So yesterday I drove over to St. Charles because I was doing nothing but watching television. I had to get out of my chair.
Mm-hmm.
This whole what is it when the muscles atrophy?
Atrophy,
yeah. It's a very real thing.
Yeah, I know it is.
It's affecting me head to toe. But so I went over to St. Charles and picked up a nice check for $11. And then came home. It was a great day.
Did you go buy some lottery tickets with all $11?
No, I haven't done that yet. I went to Lehman's and had a Diet Coke because, Martin, as you know, I am Mr. Health for the next couple of months.
Well, the texters would be surprised to hear that. They were afraid you were dipping in the sauce this morning, according to the text line.
No. I don't drink a drop and have it. And
that's January.
Here's something that pisses me off.
Oh, no.
The whole no drinking January thing.
Mm-hmm.
I invented that years and years ago. I have been doing this since the middle 70s. I've taken January and usually most of February off. No beer, no Jack Daniels, nothing.
Wow.
No wine at dinner. Not a damn thing.
Just to recover from the holidays?
If I bite into some rum raisin ice cream, I spit it out.
Oh, God.
No, not to recover. Just to, get the organs moving. Just Mr. Health. Eat a little bit better.
Okay.
I only drink when I smoke.
My breakfast usually consists of, I'll read the box. I think Cheerios and some Special K.
Mr. Health, yeah.
Yes, and then I'll throw, a handful of chocolate chips on there, pour some chocolate milk, and
there you go.
And you've got breakfast.
Mr. Health, chocolate milk, chocolate chips for Mr. Health.
Mr. Health.
All right, buddy. Well, we'll keep you in mind as the Eagles make their march to a Super Bowl championship. Okay.
I hope they win. I'd like to see them beat the Rams. Although if the Rams win, I won't be too disappointed.
Oh, really?
Not like you guys. You guys are. Cronky, you like to play kick for Cronky. I'm over that.
You're over it.
So if the Rams beat them, then I'll probably root for the Rams against whoever they'd play, unless it's Kansas City.
Rich, I got to tell you this. A lot of people are texting in, enjoying your appearance on the program and want you to come out of retirement and join us for 4 hours a day. Is that something that you're interested in?
No, that's nothing I'd do.
Oh, come on.
Honest to Christ, I'd rather be in hell with my back broke.
Oh, all right, I guess.
That's a no.
Than do that. And Tim, it's nice of you to say, but tell your people that you're lying. There's nobody calling up Texans saying,
you're looking at the text inbox. You said
nobody does that. They don't care. They've heard my crap. They've heard it. They don't care.
From the 3-1.
In fact, I'm fascinated and very happy that you guys have called me again to appear on your show.
We love having you on. The audience loves it.
Look at this. Through the 314. Rich is seriously the best.
Amen.
Mr. Health, 573.
Yeah, Mr. Health.
Here's one says, pay Gould anything he wants to come out of retirement.
How about that, Rich? Anything you want.
Sasha Gray's fluffer.
And miss the $11 check that I got from Main Street Books. No, thank you.
Yeah.
This Rich Gould is a classic. More, please, is what they're saying.
Yeah, more, please. That's not what they're saying.
Yeah, okay.
They're making that stuff up just because they're making that stuff up because they think I'm old and I just don't have that much longer here. They're trying to be nice.
Somebody also thought you sounded like Brooks, the old librarian from Shawshank Redemption. Brooks was here.
I sound like Brooks?
Yeah,
was here.
I think you started a little groggy, and now you're in your lane.
I'm better now. I carved my name into the wall here at house because sometimes it feels like Joe.
Rich was here. He carves it in his own house.
I mean,
oh.
Jesus, I can't get out. There's snow all over the place. I tried to shovel that stuff. No, I had to come in twice.
Why don't you have Gottshagen come over and shovel you out?
Well, I just didn't know what the pains down the left side of my arm meant, so I came in for a while.
Yeah. Stop at that
Grabbed
point.
a glass of water, and that was it.
A couple of aspirin, maybe.
Yeah, so I didn't. The baby aspirin are very good things. I eat those things like M&Ms.
That's how it starts.
Rich, wonderful conversation as always. Enjoy the festivities this weekend, kind sir. Thank you so much.
I will. I'll watch football, and you guys have a great day, and tell your listeners to have a great day, and do something for them. Do something kind for your listeners. Take them out to lunch or something.
We're going to learn the song.
I want you to learn that song. You've got your homework assignment, so the next time we'll talk, the three of you will be able to sing me a stanza.
We'll perform.
Okay.
Rich, great to talk with you, man. Thanks so much.
You bet. You guys.
The
Thanks,
great Rich Gould, and people are demanding that he comes out of retirement to join us on the presentation. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646.
How do I turn this phone off?
Okay, get him off.
I got a new phone. I've got an iPhone now, and I don't know how to work it. This thing sucks.
Well, we can.
What happened to my Android? I can't turn it off.
You just hang out for the rest of the show.
I've been hitting buttons to the point where my index finger now is about an inch shorter than it was. I'm beating the heck out of this thing.
KG does
Okay, gotta go now.
I'm trying.
I didn't know what was going on there. So when Blues star player Robert Thomas calls in, sometimes we can't hear him and get him on the show. But when Uncle Rich is on, we can't get him off the show.
Oh, my God.
You still there?
Oh, God almighty.
I want Uncle Rich to call Francesa's show just for everything to kind of collide.
When you get to be 65 or so, there's a lot of things that can get you, including phones,
They can snag you,
computers,
too.
remote controls.
Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, new sponsor here on TMA. Welcome aboard to Moritz Reusch Jewelers. I visited there this week, Doug, right across the street from the Galleria. They used to call it the University Tower. It's now just the Tower.
Is that right?
Who knew? 15th floor. What wonderful people. The Reusch family is. I got a chance to meet John, who's been doing this now for 41 years. His son Dan, his wife Jean. Truly delightful people. And I know when it comes to getting jewelry, listen, I get it. It's a big commitment, no matter what direction you're going, whether it be something for a birthday or an anniversary or an engagement ring. Well, I think one of the things that people think of when they think of purchasing jewelry is you walk in and you got somebody hounding you. And Moritz Reusch has been advertising on the Riz show for a while, and Riz was out there with me, and I think the world of the guy. Anytime I talk about him, I think the world. I really do. I think he's a really good guy. And he said, "Hey, we both have, we've both been married for a while." And he goes, "You want to get the right thing. They help you with that, but on top of that, when you're going to a jewelry store, you don't want somebody like standing over and you kind of pushing you in a direction. It's a private experience. And if you are interested, I wholeheartedly endorse going to Moritz Reusch. You can check them out. This goes back to the Riz show. They call their listeners ninjas, Doug. NinjaBling.com is the website for Moritz Royce. That's Moritz Royce. No twinkle lights. They're not going to try to mess with you on that and make it look better than it is. No. They're going to work well within your budget. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram. Go to ninjabling.com. It's Moritz Royce, and they are located on the 15th floor. Couldn't be more private of the tower, which is right across from the Galleria. Moritz Royce, ninjabling.com. New sponsor here on The Morning After. We will have Joey Vitale joining us coming up following the big Blues win. What's going on?
I got a text from Jackson. Joey reached out to him. He's not going to be able to join us. So
Wow.
Heaven's
Well, luckily Rich is still on the line. So I think
Probably
we're
he can break down the first period between the Blues and Flames. I hope everything's all right with Joey, friend of the program. All right, Gabe is going to be joining us. I know that in the 10 o'clock hour. And he posed the question if this could wind up being the best year for Missouri football and basketball combined the seasons in program history.
Ooh,
and
really?
the one this is kind of predates me, but 81, 82, I don't really remember that. I don't know what the football team did. I don't know what the basketball team did. Hell, I don't know. But it is trending that direction. So we'll talk that over with the Colonel. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Another great service from our friends at Together Credit Union. Home mortgage loans can be complicated. Together Credit Union is here for you throughout the entire process. As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on the action whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage. Together Credit Union has the answers. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans, they have it all. Even have specialty loans like FHA, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages, all sorts of options that are out there. Let Together Credit Union walk you through the process. Together Credit Union understands the mortgage loans get a little complicated. They are here to make things easy for you, all handled in-house, all right here in St. Louis. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Johnny Londoff, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Big divisional weekend in the NFL. You got the Texans at the Chiefs on Saturday, and then in the nightcap, the Commanders visiting the Lions. And on Sunday, you'll have the Eagles versus the Rams. Pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 1:30. Kickoff at 2, followed by the Bills and the Ravens. Kickoff is at 5:30. This is another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurtz are on the ones and twos, filling in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. Rich Gould with a segment for the ages.
Is he still on the line?
No, he's gone.
Joey Vitale was supposed to join us, and we got late word that he will not be joining us. And really, Doug, an unfortunate text here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I think Joey was going over to Tim's house, something about a problem with a zipper he was going to take care of.
No.
Someone just texted in to soil the sanctity of my marriage vows.
Sure did. His too.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's disappointing. It's a disappointing text.
Thank you.
Maybe we should block him. Block him!
Martin, how do you feel about blocking? Doug's pro-blocking. I think Charlie Marlowe has it right. Your former cohort at the Two Fox. The mute. Because if somebody has the personality trait that they can send in something so... I also try to be polite, psychotic, then they also could have the personality trait to lose their mind if you were to block them. Charlie has been advocate of the mute, and I have now come to Charlie's side on the mute. But Doug is passionate on the block. Martin, where do you go?
I'm a muter.
You're a muter.
Yeah, I think that's... And some of them are nice enough people, but just tweet like crazy. Those are some of the ones that I mute. Less than the psychotic types that are out there. There's a couple
jerk-off textures.
There's a couple people out there that just want to get you, that are constantly like, nice shirt, nice take. Stupid shirt, stupid take. You're like, okay. You just mute them.
Yeah.
Block him.
Doug, you like to have that power, don't you?
So many of those.
Get him out of your life.
Those ne'er-do-wells wear that blocking like a badge of honor, too. It's just best to mute them, and then they're none the wiser, and just let them do their sad little thing.
And then they think you're seeing it, but you're not. And you're ignoring them, and it hurts.
That Charlie Marlowe, Doug, he's ahead of his time.
Well, I just block him.
He's got it all figured out, does he? Jackson, by the way, is now, I'm asking for updates. He just departed the Carlinville station. He's now headed towards Springfield. Humble brag, he's in Carlinville. Is that the home of Blackburn University?
Martin, you stole my trivia question.
Wow.
I think... Gosh, I don't want to... I'll look it up. I think Blackburn may have gone out of business as a college.
That was our main rival when I was at the Webster University playing baseball. We would go out there, and Blackburn would take their infield, outfield practice, blasting AC/DC, getting pumped up, and then we'd take the field for ours, and they threw on Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman.
Oh, nice.
I like that. Did it affect your game?
No, we whooped them every time we played them.
Oh, gosh.
SLIAC champs every year I was there.
How about that, Doug?
Take that.
Back down a little bit.
Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way at about 10:45. Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Kyle Reese?
Yes.
Anybody?
Yes. Big on the Cardinals minor league reporting.
I believe, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he's reached out to me before, and we were talking about him kind of being a TMA regular. I think he was a regular on Hot Take Central with Charlie and the Cat and Cam Jansen on KFNS. I don't know. Obviously, we're on at the same time.
Why didn't you listen?
You know what? Now that you mentioned that, I should have
back
to scout. And he texted in saying he is going down to the winter warm-up and he would like to represent the program. And he knows. I've looked at his Twitter feed. The guy knows his stuff on Cardinal prospects. So that way we might have a hybrid there and could be a friend of the program for this winter warm-up weekend. But you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Winter warm-up passes the prize for our email of the day. It is Friday, and that usually means, Doug, that we celebrate the week that was and look back on our work with pride and glee with the drops of the week.
All right. Hit the lever, Jim.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off.
We need to have a talk show where you can be real.
Hey, it's syllable. I know what a syllable is, too.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
What about the Irish? That his wife is dominating me? And this comes from her grandma, Johan.
Get on your bum and slide down it.
Vetted. What does that mean?
But, Jackson, if you don't get a jersey,
Yeah.
St. Louis rules.
I will call back on Monday and chew you a new asshole.
How do you explain 60?
They're rock hard, and you can barely get your hand around it.
Whatever.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Doug, you got to
I
feel
was
good
talking
about
about a football.
I also have
your words. Your words, sir.
I have a statement. It was from Jackson Burkett.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chairman Kurt, who is trying to take Jackson's job, reading a statement from Jackson Burkett.
He sent this to me yesterday and said to have this prepared to read afterwards. He says, I know it wasn't my best work, but it wasn't as bad as people are probably saying. The Pestis and Bob Thomas drops were good, right? Anyway, has Brian Hinchin figured out who the Colts are playing? And Young.
Doug, that's from Jackson Burkett, who is currently making his way north to Chicago via train to watch the Bulls play tonight and Martin's alma mater, Marquette, play tomorrow in Milwaukee.
Nice little communique that he left us. He must feel worried about his position now because Chairman Kurt has done such a fabulous job.
He's on a mission.
He'll give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Yeah.
Joe Strauss. Jeremy Rutherford is going to replace Joey Vitale.
Wow, how about that?
See, I don't know, the dynamic on one, because on TMA we're on our little island on HD2 and low-powered AM radio. I don't know the dynamic here that, like, I asked Mike Ryder, executive producer, I said, hey, is JR scheduled to be on with BK and Ferrari or the Fast Lane? I don't want to be doing the thing because some shows don't, and I get it. I don't want to be causing any problems or anything like that. No, he actually isn't. I'm like, well, perfect. Since Vitale's going over to my house to work on this zipper thing, then let's have JR on because we didn't have him on Wednesday anyway. So now let's have him on Friday. So that's what we'll do. And we got the Colonel coming up as well. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We got Pick 6. We got a jam-packed 10 o'clock hour. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond and TMA, and James is online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent and has been for 6 years now. And you can go online, type his name in a Google search engine, and you will see 409 5-star reviews for the customer service that James and his team provide. Let me just ask this question, Doug. That's all I'm going to ask.
All right.
What is your risk by picking up the phone, calling 314-961-4800, and asking the live person in Webster Groves who's going to pick up the phone if they can save you money, and they look into it on their own, and then they get back to you? What's your risk?
Doesn't seem like there'd be any risk at all.
Probably about 30 seconds of your time. Yeah. But I can tell you this. Hundreds of TMA listeners since James started advertising. He started advertising in 2017. I made the switch to him in 2019. And, man, I'm happy that I did. Have emailed me going, man, I had no idea that I could save that much money because I'd kind of been working with a buddy or my family just passed this person along, and so I just inherited them. No. You got to take your responsibilities, take care of yourself and your family, and James can do that better than anybody. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Let's go save some money today. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. We're entering the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford, Gabe DeArmond, Pick 6, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's all still here to come on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Welcome back. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Chairman Kurt manning the ones and twos while Jackson vacations in the Hamptons. On the program today, athletic director of the St. Louis University Billikens, Chris May, dropped by to give Jackson a jersey. Mm-hmm. But Jackson
took another day off.
Thank you for saying it. Rich Gould with us, talking it over, as he is a big Eagles guy because he's friends with Nick Sirianni's father. And what a 10 o'clock hour we have here. Joey Vitale not able to join us. Full-scale investigation, candidly, private investigation, going into what that's all about in the Kirkwood area. And so therefore, Jeremy Rutherford has said, I don't need to mess around on anything. I'm going to come on and I'm going to replace Joey Vitale, just like Chairman Kurt's going to
Friday.
Just going to replace Jackson Burkett. And so joining us right now, ladies and gentlemen, fresh off of a gym dandy last night at Enterprise Center, friend of the program, Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, JR.
Morning. Yeah, just a relief pitcher here, Real Cormier coming in.
Real Cormier,
little lefty, Frenchie.
That's right.
Frenchie.
Well, I felt like, considering what happened last night, I mean, we got to have somebody with some real life knowledge talking about the whole thing. Was that as lively as the building has been in this particular 2024-2025 campaign right there at the end?
It was, without a doubt. And they came and supported the team last night, and I think I tweeted about 10 seconds left to go in the game. I mean, fans to their feet. The building was loud. Let's go Blues chants. I mean, of course we're going to look ahead like I did in the article today and say you have to beat Utah Saturday. You got to win 3 in a row. But you have to pause for a second and give this team credit for what it did in these last 2 games. You know, let's not forget what Calgary did the 3 games before. They came in hot. They had won 3 in a row. And the Blues were looking at that loss to Columbus, and can they bounce back? And to play the way they did, and especially to dominate last night's game when you knew Calgary was going to come hard, really impressive.
I speculated that Calgary was in town so long they got caught up in the St. Louis nightlife and didn't have a lot of energy left in their legs. You think that could have been the case?
Oh, totally. I saw a few of them down at Boomers the other night.
Boomers.
Hanging out the day between the games. And also, I think yesterday morning after the morning skate, they were up in the arch, checking out the view from the arch.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Legs were tired, I think.
Yeah. Wow. But I thought that first period last night was about as well as the Blues have played maybe all year. Is that an exaggeration there, or you feel differently?
Not an exaggeration. That was a really good start. They get the goal 3 nights ago from Colton Parayko, 49 seconds in, and here you are again 5 minutes into the game. And so you got to have that good start. The Blues haven't had that a lot of the year. But then they just kept building off it. And I think, the one thing that I focused on in the article today is, things that you want to go well. Jordan Kyrou, he's got to be a dominating guy. Well, since Montgomery's taken over, he's the 3rd highest scorer in the league. You need a line that clicks. They got the line right now with Holloway, Shen, and Kyrou. You look at Parayko. That's the question. Can he be that number 1 defenseman? Not only is he doing it defensively, Calgary's top line didn't do anything in those 2 games, but he's doing it offensively. Goals in 3 straight, and just doing a great job. And then the penalty kill has been scuffling all year, and they give up just 1 shot on goal in 3 power plays for the Flames in these 2 games. And the goaltending, too, these past 4 games, the Blues have not given up more than 2 goals in a game. So that's been a question mark, I think, the past couple of weeks in St. Louis, Bennington and Hofer a bit, but they really have turned it up the past few games.
JR, are you taking one-parters? Just one question?
Yeah, one-parters. Those are rare.
That would feel weird, though. I don't know.
Well, I'll come up with
another one.
Best fries in Jeffco, but then the first part would be who's the MVP? Because Doug asked Bernie Federico this yesterday, and I was over here wondering, what is the answer? I think Parayko might be the answer.
Yeah, I think you got to give it to Parayko. As much as you like Dylan Holloway and what he's doing, and he's been such a big surprise, I think you have to give it to Parayko. And, listen, I know we don't get caught up in the tag number 1 defenseman or not, but I don't know that there are too many teams around the league that have a guy who can shut it down as well as he is defensively, and now he's chipping in offensively. You would like to have seen him shoot some more during his career here, but he's doing it now, and the numbers are backing it up. So I give it to Parayko. Also, you got to be excited about Holloway there, and then fries and Jeffco. Let me think here.
Yeah,
I'm actually
parked
not too far from the Steak and Shake here, but let's see. You got to go curly fries somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's the right call, Doug. You like
Is there
a curly fry?
Is there rallies down there? They've got the curly. They've got curly fires, don't they?
Is that rallies over by Fox High School still open, JR?
Yeah, I think so, but that's Upper Arnold. I'm in Lower Arnold, so I don't get to Upper Arnold too much.
Which one's the nicer one?
Upper or Lower? I'm in Lower, so it's Lower.
Yeah, nice. I like that.
Made sense.
I like that. Kind of a humble brag, but I still respect it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Rutherford with us here on the program. He's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone line. So, reading your article in The Athletic this morning, yes, huge, no question. Get the 4 points, had to do it. They did it, and they did it really in impressive fashion, in particular last night. But, I mean, it was both from Jim Montgomery and Braden Shen last night, and now you with your column as well, got to carry the momentum over, because if you don't, then all of the good that you accomplished with the Calgary series can be for naught. So this team has had an opportunity to win 3 in a row many times this year, and I think you wrote they were 0-6-1. Am I right on that?
0-6-1, yep. You're good, always good with the numbers.
Clip that off, Doug.
Okay, we don't need that kind of
What's wrong with that? He's just telling the truth.
Ring that bell. And Doug, what was the year? What year did they win 3 straight games? What year was that?
Doug, what year did the Blues win 3 straight games?
Oh, probably last year at some point.
We'll look that up and confirm it.
Well, I would think they
Hard
did.
to say. They fired a lot of coaches, so maybe not a lot of winning streaks.
But it goes to Utah, and then you got, Martin was reading off the schedule, and it is relentless. I think, I guess Vancouver's right in the same spot with the Blues. Utah's 5 back. But you look at everybody else, and I think in that stretch between now and the Four Nations, it's all playoff teams. I think maybe I'm missing one, but point being, this is going to be a difficult stretch, and you got to carry the momentum over.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet after Utah. But here's the situation. You guys talked about it earlier. The Blues could have been 9 points behind the Calgary Flames, but they win the 2 games, and instead they're just 1 behind them. Calgary's got 2 games in hand. But here's the thing. You're fighting for 1 wild card spot is the way everybody sees it. 1 wild card spot, and right now Calgary has it. And the 3 teams that are kind of vying for it, 4 teams, Calgary, Vancouver, the Blues, and Utah. And right now all those other teams are scuffling. So Calgary's lost 2 in a row to the Blues. Vancouver's lost 2 in a row. They're scuffling. They got their drama with JT Miller and Elias Pettersson. And then you have Utah's lost 3 in a row. So listen, can you lose that game Saturday in Utah and you're still kind of looking at the playoff picture? Yeah, you can do that. But let's say you go to Utah Saturday night and you play like you did these past 2 games, especially Thursday night, and you dominate Utah. Now you're going up 7 points on them. You've already played well against the Calgary, and Vancouver's got its issues, and you play them soon. Maybe you can have a win against them, because after that, as you guys say, it is an absolute gauntlet. So, there is so much pressure, I think, on this game Saturday just to carry it over from what you did this week.
All right, one final one for you here as you joined us on an emergency basis because of the really what at this point I think it's fair to call Joey Vitale a ne'er-do-well. And
probably harsh.
I think it's the right thing to do. Just a 2-parter here. Good first question here. JR, what do you think the Blues need to do over the next 2 weeks to be in position for a push? Seems like anything more than 2 losses is no bueno, but it's also a really tough schedule. And then second, your brother Joel is a cute little snack. Was it hard being the second hottest Rutherford growing up? Doug, that's from Arbor Day, and he won the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year back-to-back years. Unbelievable.
Well, I got 4 brothers, so I'm the 4th best-looking Rutherford, so it's kind of a tough go there. This schedule coming up, it's going to be tough. So if you can come out of that with just 2 losses, that would be absurd. I don't even know that that's going to be possible when you look at Vegas twice, Dallas, Colorado, these guys. So, I think you don't want to go 500. You want to be better than 500, but I think if you can show well and win more games against these teams and pick up a couple points against one of those teams, 2 of those teams, I think you're in decent shape. Again, especially it goes back to how those other teams are playing. So you want to stay afloat is the main point, but if you can continue and get some confidence from what happened this week and continue to show those trends that I just talked about with the goaltending, Parayko, Holloway, that second line. If you can continue to see that, then I don't see why the Blues could not be in the playoff picture coming out of that Four Nations as long as they hold their own throughout this.
There it is, Jeremy Rutherford, an emergency appearance here on TMA, and we're very grateful for it. And we will rank your brother's hotness in your appearance next week. I think that's important to do. Something for the audience to look forward to.
Joel, a cute little snack.
Yeah, what a snack. I've never heard him referred to as a snack. But, yeah. But, hey, I also wanted to say I've been listening to the show while I was doing my Ironman workout. And, Jackson, this is the best job Jackson's ever done.
Oh, wow, Doug.
I see what you did there.
Wow. Jackson/chairman, what would you like to say in response?
Hey, Jeff Gowian, stick together, and I'm looking forward to our mayoral campaign.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. Oh, it's chairman on it. Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, stunning development. Stunning development. Well, Jackson's probably hurt as he rides along on the Amtrak.
Worried, I'm sure.
Absolutely. JR, always appreciate the conversation. Have a wonderful weekend, fine sir.
Yep, thanks, boys.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford with us here on the program, and he has formed an alliance with Chairman Kurt. Jeff Cohians? Is that what they're called? Jeff Cohians?
I think so.
Jeff Cohians.
And who's running for mayor?
Chairman.
I am.
You are. When?
Mayor of Arnold.
I don't know when the next... I don't know how it goes. I don't know when the cycle is for mayors in Arnold, but
well, you should find out if you want to be the
That's
mayor.
usually the first step.
You know, there's a history on this show of people that work on it claiming that they're going to run for mayor, but not necessarily doing the legwork for it.
Now you're coming after Kennedy Strode, and we just won't have it. We just won't, Doug. Not on this program.
You would quit this job to be mayor of Arnold?
I would. Sound story's my job, Doug.
Okay, you quit that one. Would you quit that one?
If so, let me know, because that might be something we need to tend to.
I would never quit on Tim.
Cut that off. Thank you very much. Oh, there it is. Hey, the Colonel's going to join us on the other side of the break. He's brought to you by James Carlton. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We got Pick 6. All that's still to come between now and 11 o'clock. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/TMASTL. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne had to leave for onboarding. Chairman Kurt is in for the vacationing Jackson Burkett. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program, friend of the show, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
I saw you active on the Twitter tweets this morning, posing the question, could we be in the midst of the best Missouri football season and basketball season school year, I guess would be the best way to phrase it. And Doug, when you think about it, is there anything in your memory that comes to mind before the Colonel gives us his knowledge upon his research?
It seems to me there were some years going way back in the 70s where they were winning Big 8 championships in basketball, and the football team was regularly going to bowls when bowl games meant something. But I can't think of anything in recent years.
Yeah, and I saw you talking, or Gabe, somebody maybe tweeted at you, 1981-82. That certainly predates a good portion of the audience, kind of predates us as well. What have you come to the conclusion of here with the football team, with its record, and the basketball team with the wins over Kansas and now in Gainesville? What do you got?
Yeah, the recent one is 2008, 2009. The football team was 10-4, won the Alamo Bowl. The basketball team went to the Elite Eight. So I think that's it. I mean, you know, if you're talking rankings, I just looked at, you know, wins plus what they did in the NCAA tournament, and the only year in which they've won 10 games and an NCAA tournament game is 08-09. That's the only time that's ever happened in school history. So if Missouri could get there and win a game, you know, they haven't, honestly, in the last 30 years even gone to the tournament and the bowl game very often. It's only happened probably 3 or 4 times. Dennis Gates' first year, but football team was 6-7, lost the Gasparilla Bowl. You know, 2011, 12, they went to the Independence Bowl and won, but they were only 8-5, and then they lost to Norfolk State. So I think you know, anytime since Steepo Sunvold, this is probably the best combination other than 08 and 09, which will be pretty tough to catch unless Missouri goes to the Elite Eight.
Well, who knows? Maybe they will. They've already beaten the number 1 team in the nation and beat number 5 Florida on Tuesday night. I don't think many people saw that coming.
Yeah, no, they've shown, I mean, when they play well, they can beat anybody. They're one of 2 teams in the country with 2 top 5 wins. It's the other one's Auburn. It's only the second time. I mean, it's the first time Missouri's beaten 2 top 5 teams since that 08-09 season. Really easy to argue they probably should have won both those games by double figures rather than by 1 and by 9. Various reasons for that, but no, they look good on Tuesday night.
Doug, I know you love bracketology with Joe Lenore.
I'm not a big fan.
Colonel, have you
How
seen?
Are we already doing this every day, by the way?
Thank you. Been doing it for a month.
Well, you know, you're right, Colonel. He has just released his bracketology for this morning, and Missouri is up to an 8 seed where they will play in Milwaukee against Pittsburgh.
It's even got the location of the game.
And if they are able to get past Pittsburgh, wow, we're going to see the Tigers go up against Johnny Orr and the Iowa State Cyclones.
He's still there?
How many different seeds and matchups will Missouri have between today and Selection Sunday?
If you
20?
start condemning bracketology, we're going to have to disconnect this call, which honestly I don't think would really bother you.
The one that makes me laugh is the one that comes out like 2 days after the NCAA title game. We're doing next year's bracketology, and it's like, awesome. You literally don't know 80% of most rosters at this point.
It's kind of weird, man. For the record, Illinois is at number 3 now. Unfortunately, they won't be in the same region. Doug Dale will go over to Wichita. I think a lot of Illini fans would love to trade with Missouri. Missouri goes to Wichita, and Illinois plays up in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's tough how that broke.
Yeah, that's a bad break for the fans of the 2 teams. But, Colonel, taking a look at it, what is your thought on this? It's been about a month since the bragging rights game, a little short of a month. And when you... I mean, I'm not. This would get extreme, so I want to make sure I'm not going hyperbolic here on this. But I don't know about you. When I saw Missouri play Illinois in 2007 at the Dome, I remember walking out of there going, it's nice that they beat Illinois as a Missouri fan. I just don't think either one of those teams are that great. And then Illinois goes to the Rose Bowl. Missouri becomes number 1 in the country 3 months later. And I'm like, what in the hell was that all about? And when I was watching Missouri-Illinois a few weeks ago at the Enterprise Center here in St. Louis, I'm like, good game. Missouri came back after a big deficit late. Unfortunately, they lost. I don't know if either one of those teams are that great. And since then, you're sitting there going, okay, maybe this is a different operation. Missouri's winning Gainesville, and Illinois, minus that USC loss, they've not only been winning, they've been beating the hell out of teams. Your thoughts? Were you thinking that we're looking at two really good teams when you saw Missouri-Illinois play a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I thought they were both pretty good.
Okay,
maybe not. Like, I didn't maybe know we were talking potential top 15 teams, right? But no, I thought it was a good game between two NCAA tournament teams, and I actually learned more about Missouri in that game than I did, in the Kansas win. The Illinois game was the one where I started thinking, okay, I think this should be a tournament team. Now, I wasn't ready to say it was going to be until Tuesday night. And I think now we're at the point where it would be an extreme disappointment if they didn't make it. But Missouri showed me a lot in that Illinois game because I thought Illinois was pretty good going in. Now, they've been even better than I thought. I mean, they've just embarrassed a couple of pretty good teams since then.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mizzou has a chance to get embarrassed if they don't play well. Starting a week from Saturday, they're going to play 6 out of 7 teams that are ranked. That is really a tough gauntlet, making the Arkansas and Texas games coming up important ones to get.
Well, see, I think Arkansas tomorrow was, if you had lost it at Florida, Arkansas was almost you have to win this game. Now it's you definitely want to win it. Obviously you're playing better than they are right now, but it won't be crippling if you lose it because you just beat number 5 on the road, and that's a huge statement. I mean, I think now we're at the point of maybe every individual game doesn't have quite as much importance because that Florida win is worth like a win and a half, almost 2 wins, just because of where it was and all that. So I think that you just look and say, hey, we need 5, 6, whatever it is, the rest of the year. And you've already proven, again, you can beat anybody. So going to Starkville, Mississippi, I mean, you're not going to be favored in that game, but after Tuesday night, there's no reason to look at any game on the schedule and say, well, that's just a loss. Forget about that one. But, Arkansas comes in 0-4. You would like to keep them losing. I think in addition to obviously being big for Missouri, I think if Arkansas wins that game, you shut down tournament talk. Like, that's not possible for Arkansas if they start 0-5 in this league with losses at LSU and then against Missouri. So it serves kind of a double purpose. But, if they could get, 2 of the next 3, it's Arkansas at home, at Texas, Ole Miss at home. If they get 2 of the next 3, you feel really good. If they get all 3, which is not by any means out of the question, then I think you start looking at, all right, can this be a top 4 seed?
How about that?
I thought you said they were an 8 seed going to Milwaukee.
Well, as it stands now.
That's Joe Lunardi.
As it stands right now. For the record.
That's in the NCAA tournament, which actually is being played on True TV right now. Right. The other NCAA tournament, which starts like March 17th, is a little different.
Gotcha. Well, if you guys start slandering Lunardi, we're going to have a problem. For the record, Joey Lunardi still has Florida as a 2 seed, and 5 of the top 8 seeds in his tournament are from the SEC. Auburn and Tennessee, 1 seeds. Alabama, Florida, Kentucky, 2 seeds. So that is where things stand on Joey Lunardi's bracketology. What kind of atmosphere you think we're going to see tomorrow night, Colonel?
I'll be interested to see if the students are back. I mean, Tim, when we were in school, like, I'd have come back. Class starts Tuesday. I'd have come back for this game on Saturday.
I had to get my balls hazed off.
I don't know if that's as much of but I don't know if that's as much of a thing now or not. If kids will be like, no, I'm not coming back till Monday night. I mean, I would be back, but I don't know exactly what it'll be like as far as the student section goes. I would think, though, you get this team's winning, coming off a huge game. I would think you're going to start to see, pretty close to full houses.
Tough spot for you tomorrow. You know why, Doug?
No. Still
not.
thinking about you getting your balls hazed off.
Clip that off.
The first playoff game every year is pretty much viewed on press row at Mizzou.
Oh, is that right? So this is a tradition for you to watch the Chiefs while you're sitting on press row?
Have the laptop up. Obviously, most of my attention is focused on the basketball court.
Of course.
Making sure that I do the best job I can, and although we will have a post-game show tomorrow night. Yes. Yeah, so, but I can multitask.
You know I'm a degenerate gambler. Got a problem. They're staging an intervention here in a few hours. But what do you think about the Chiefs and those 8 points they got to lay to the Texans? Huh?
Oh, that's a spread, 8 points?
8.5, depending on your book.
I don't know. That's a lot in a playoff game for a team that doesn't necessarily like to win by 8 points.
I know.
But I think it's a 10-point game. So that's plenty of breathing room, right?
That's enough. That gets me to meet up with my high school booking. Get paid.
Down, you got 2 points to play with.
Yeah, that's sweat free. Who would you rather play if you're the Chiefs do get past the Texans tomorrow?
I would rather play the Ravens because I have seen Lamar Jackson be the reason his team loses playoff games a number of times, and Josh Allen, I don't want to play Josh Allen. I think the Ravens are a better team, but I fear Josh Allen more.
Okay, that stands to reason. There it is, the Colonel giving us Chiefs analysis and Missouri analysis as well. Gabe DeArmond every Friday here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, hey guys, breaking news. In the last 22 minutes, Missouri now a 7 seed in Honolulu.
Gosh, they are playing in Honolulu.
It's just nice to get those updates.
See? This stuff moves, man. Colonel got it. That's a Gabe DeArmond Power Mizzou exclusive. Thanks, Colonel. Have a great weekend.
We'll see you guys.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, these seeds it's all over the place, man.
But what did those boys do to you when they hazed your balls off? What did they make you do?
I don't know if the statute of limitations is up. You know, we've been kicked off campus, the Sigma Chi House, 500 South College, multiple times since I left. Brad Pitt and I, of course, the two most storied alums, although both of us did not graduate from the journalism school. Both, I don't want to say equally hot because he's not as hot.
Don't sell yourself short, Timmy.
See, you do the short thing, and I caught it. Yeah, there were calisthenics,
push-ups,
right?
Okay,
yeah.
That's not the worst thing in the world, though.
No, it got you in shape, you know. And at 18 years old, that's what you need when you're hanging out at Fieldhouse, DBA Viper Room, 100 West Dental.
Maybe you could lop off a ball.
Oh, that was when Plowsy was trying to sell one for $40,000.
Those are your words, sir. 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal listener of the program. 100westdental.com, where you can call 636-585-0100. And they say this: if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental with a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. 100 West Dental. Your health is tied to your dental health. Don't separate the two. Bad dental health can affect the rest of your body's health. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental at 100westdental.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues off tonight. They'll be back in action tomorrow against the Utah Hockey Club. You can listen to that right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7. Puck will drop at 8 p.m. This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines over the course of the broadcast today, Doug. Rich Gould with a star appearance in which the audience enjoyed it so much that they asked that he come out of retirement. And he said he would rather be in hell with a broken back.
I believe that's what he said, yeah.
So it sounds like he's considering it. Also on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, an emergency guest because of what is being called by my private investigator, quote, Joey Vitale's nefarious behavior. But I got to wait till I'm off the air to find out what my private investigator means by that. And he bailed on us. Jeremy Rutherford, an emergency appearance. That's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then we just had the Colonel on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Chris May, St. Louis University athletic director, comes by the studio to give us gifts. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the gift that we received, Doug received, and then Chairman, you're going to swipe the jersey that he brought in for Jackson. And that really is a sharp jersey.
Jackson doesn't need to know that the jersey came in.
But they don't know what hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
I got what I want. I think you got yours as well.
I don't typically like to thieve.
No.
So I think I'm going to let him have this one. I got to win over Mr. May myself going forward.
Mr. May. But, Doug, the bottom line is these Callier and Thompson phone lines have been hot, and Callier and Thompson's hot.
They're hot, too. If you want your house to look hot, that's where you go. Callier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. Let Callier and Thompson work with you to design your remodel, whether that's a kitchen or a bathroom or a basement room or whatever, any room in your house, they can do it. They'll work very closely with you to make that dream remodel become a reality. You know, it's kind of hard to know who to trust in that business. Who's going to be in your house, and will they back up their work? Callier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Callier & Thompson team really cares about the work they produce. It's not just a job for them. They take pride in the work that they produce. Callier & Thompson's core values are summed up by doing the right thing. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. When you have a job done by Callier & Thompson, it's going to be done right, whatever it takes. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. Been in business since the 1950s. That's a long, long time to make people happy, and they've been doing that. Their employees have more than 160 years of combined experience. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati have been there for more than 20 years. Both of them now, they own the place, and they would love a chance to turn your home into a showplace. Callier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Callier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at CallierandThompson.com.
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Somebody's going to win passes to the winter warm-up this weekend. This winter warm-up is newsworthy. I think there's going to be news coming out of it somehow. That's my prediction. I realize that's not necessarily bold because calling something news is subjective. But I'll just tell you this. We're not back on the air until Tuesday. There'll be a best of on Martin Luther King Day on Monday as the station is off. But I'm telling you this. Something's going to happen this weekend.
Something's going to happen.
See how I know you can't see my finger.
I see you tapping, which means you mean business.
That's exactly right.
Season 2024, sitting this one out.
It's Joe Buck doing the marketing campaign. Something's going to happen whether a fan comes at Marmol, Mazalok, the DeWitts, whether Mazalok says something. I'm just telling you. If anybody wants any action, I'm right here.
When you say
we got a problem here? Ice Cube 1991.
Okay. When you say a fan's going to come after them, you mean verbally.
That's right. No, I don't think we're going to get to the point where
Cardinal fans are a pretty polite group. And the people that are going to want to pay their money to go down there, I think they're going to be hardcore Cardinal fans, and I don't think anyone will be too raucous down there.
I think somebody's going to be feisty with a question.
Do you?
I do. I've never seen this, and actually in my lifetime, and certainly not since starting doing television and radio in St. Louis over the last what you call Hall of Fame quarter century. Those are your words; those aren't mine. I'll let the voters decide whether or not I belong but I am expecting it.
Bring gas.
Being upset if you're not.
Be very surprising.
Right.
It'd be very surprising. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day, online at designairservice.com. And that's Seth Goldcamp. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. And they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. You take a look at the forecast. I guess this is the warmest it's been in weeks, it feels like. Right now in the St. Louis area, it's 43 degrees, and it's going to get up to 49. Can we break 50? Can we get there? 49 is expected to be the high today. Well, Doug, settle in, because I got a low of 7 for you on Sunday. I got a low of 6 for you on Monday. A low of 7 for you on Tuesday, and we're not going to go back into the 40s again after this weekend until the following weekend. I don't know when all this snow is going to get a chance. If it doesn't start melting like today, I don't know. But either way, if you got a heating problem, you see how bad the temperatures are going to be next week, you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team. He's 4th generation. I know him. I work with them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. There you go. Got the pick six, Chairman?
Yeah. We got the playoff football games, NFL, and the college football championship, and then we'll have one total there at the end. So we'll just go in chronological order, starting with the Texans at the Chiefs. I'm going to check the updated line. I had it last night at 6. That doesn't sound right.
Oh, is that right?
ESPN says 8.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Chiefs 8.
Chiefs by 8. I'll take the Texans, but I think the Chiefs will win, but not by 8.
I'm going to take the Texans as well. I have an obligation to say this, and I want the Chiefs to win, but not for the reason that probably many of you in the audience do. I just like to see dynasties, and I want to see the Chiefs play the Ravens or Bills. But I got an obligation to the audience to say what I think. I'm taking the Texans too. Taking the Texans and the points.
I'm going to go Chiefs. I heard some stats on the Chiefs in the divisional round. Patrick Mahomes,
Andy Reid.
Patrick Mahomes with that new baby bump. Cold weather in Kansas City over the weekend.
New baby bump.
New baby bump.
And that's going to make him play better?
I mean, you're fired up for that, a new addition to the family, and I'm taking the Chiefs.
All right.
The next game, Washington, the Commanders at the Lions. When I wrote the dossier last night, 9.5.
That's what I see here.
Okay.
Yeah, on ESPN.
I'm taking the Commanders. I know this sounds crazy. Could see them doing it. I know it sounds crazy.
It sounds nuts, Tim.
I know it sounds crazy, but I got an obligation to tell the people what I think. That's what I think.
Okay. I don't think that. I think Lions will handle them pretty easy. I'll take Detroit.
I'm on the Commanders also.
Welcome to the Alliance.
Then Sunday's matchups, we got the Rammies at the Eagles.
What's our number there, Chairman?
6.5.
Kind of surprised by that number.
Okay.
I thought that'd be a little lower, slightly lower.
Down to 6 now.
Yeah, I just moved the line. Do you hear how I moved the line?
All you got to do is
Sam H.
speculate.
Rothstein. I'm going to go with the Rammies.
I say this not because of the Alliance, but I'm also on the Rammies.
Are you?
Yeah.
Orlovsky says so. It must be true.
Amen. Okay. I live by that credo.
Jared Goff's... he's
not
the Lions.
on teams.
I was looking at Lions.
That could still affect it.
No,
though.
it's Stafford. I'm going to go with the Eagles.
You just go against me, I've noticed.
Well, we can't bet the same thing, or their score is going to be the same.
Oh, so I see what's going on here. You're lying to the audience. Just try to catch me.
I'm not lying. I've got a better record.
You don't have a better record than me.
I think I do.
Well, the problem is Jackson doesn't have the stats for the season. But I was like 70% against the spread.
I've gone like 4-1 like 2 weeks in a row, I think.
Chairman Kurt, have you found the standings?
I don't have access to that.
For heaven's sake.
I don't even have to look it up to know that Tim is just wiping the floor with you.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Thank you.
And then wrapping things up in the NFL, we got that Ravens-Bills matchup. Ravens, road favorites, -1.
I'm going Ravens.
Ravens road favorites, -1. I think Baltimore will win that.
Oh, we're on the same page.
Okay.
I'm going to go Bills.
Oh, Chairman Kurt pivots right there. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, Monday night, live from Atlanta, the Fighting Irish against the Buckeyes. What's our number, Chairman?
OSU -8.
Oh.
I got to be honest, I'm taking Ohio State. It's as you would imagine, it's not where I will be. I will be watching this game at my parents' house. My dad will be screaming like a lunatic. It is going to be insanity. My mom will be pacing. It's going to be insane. I might shoot videos of it only for the TMA group chat, not for social media.
Okay.
Because they'd have to sign an NDA and council's off. But this is going to be insanity. But I have an obligation to tell the audience what I think, and I hate it, but I think Ohio State.
Yeah, my brain tells me Ohio State. My heart says Notre Dame. It just kind of feels like, for whatever reason, this is Notre Dame's year. I don't know why. I think Ohio State's got the better talent, but I'm going to go Notre Dame.
I picked Notre Dame to win it all when the bracket first came out.
Did you really?
I did. I just like.
Was that? Did you talk about that on the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just because the bottom
Was
half.
that on the Vomit comment at that time?
Probably.
No, you were here that day, but I just thought that bottom half of the bracket just lined up well for him.
I agree with you on that. People are overrating Georgia with no Corson back.
I think the problem is, you just don't know how the Lord is going to make a decision between his two favorite college football teams this
Doug,
weekend.
did you hear Riley Leonard say that?
No.
Yeah, that was,
He said they were the two. Ohio State was
Ohio
also
State
one of the
and Notre
Lord's
Dame
favorite.
have been the most outspoken about their faith, and so it doesn't surprise them that they are the two teams playing.
Oh, okay.
So I'm on the Irish. Don't like them necessarily, but I made that pick a while back. Going to stick with it. I'll take the Irish.
Wow, that's impressive. You could have gotten paid handsomely on that. That was probably like $600, I would think, to win the whole thing when the thing came out. Good for you, Chairman Kurt.
And then to wrap it up with our sixth pick, we'll go
like an NBA game or something?
Total on that game.
On the Notre Dame game?
Yep, 45 and a half.
I'm going over.
45. Did you say 45 and a half?
Doug's buying time, delay tactic.
And
Tim, you
this
said
is
over?
This is the Notre
Over.
Dame Ohio State game.
Come on, Vaughn.
I'll say under.
I'm on the under as well.
All right, well, I'm going to go 6-0, so I'm
see.
excited about that. And somewhere we'll find the standings someday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Ow! Now, Doug, I don't know if you saw this, but the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom sent in a text saying that she would not be able to write in today, but she sent a picture of her.
Oh, with the face blacked out.
Correct.
So we can't see who it is.
But it appears to be like almost like a model's picture.
Kind of, yeah.
Says,
and you can't get those pictures just anywhere.
Not able to write into you today as I just got off the slopes and I'm headed to brunch with Elizabeth on my in-laws' credit card. That's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So she is not submitting an email despite only having a 1-goal lead on Buck Swope. Very risky, getting a little confident with the lead.
I'd say so.
And Doug, you said in the commercial break, it reminds you of Warren Moon and the Oilers up 35-3 on the Bills. And was that 93?
I forget the years, Tim.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's what we got. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Braden Shen had 2 tallies, and Holly added 2 helpers as the note extinguished the flames last night at the Enterprise Center. And all of a sudden, the Blues sure only 1 point out of a playoff spot. Utah and Calgary do have games in hand, but the boys are buzzing down on Market Street, so it's only a matter of time before Monty's men mount their proverbial hockey horses for the playoff push. Perhaps Kadri's bunch should have spent less time at the standalone Auntie Anne's pretzel shop because they came to the Lou full of confidence, but they'll be limping back to Alberta with bruised egos after that 2-game sweep, wondering what just hit them. The answer is simple. They were hit by a steady dose of Colt 55 doing yeoman's work in Nathan Walker's fist raining down like angry Australian lightning bolts.
Okay.
Which should put the rest of the league on notice. Take heed, NHL, because Armstrong...
How long are we going?
Take heed, NHL, because Armstrong's Army is about to get hot, and if they can get hot, they just might win this baby. But what's the local media in this town talking about? That's right, you guys are discussing Christy Brinkley's dance moves in a 42-year-old music video. I'm tired of it. At least, my chairman did a great job on the drops today. One thing's for sure, it certainly will be interesting to see how it all plays out. Back to you, Steve. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally,
only have 3.
I think one of them was just a text message, if I'm not mistaken. So technically 2.
Okay.
So, are we still talking about how Wilmore Park is inferior to Francis Park? I mean, I guess it all depends on how you feel about parks featuring men's room where married men engage in mutuals.
No, they don't.
Two Fox reported from Wilmore Park that, quote, police have arrested dozens of people this year in a public restroom. Police say the suspects are married men hooking up in public. Is that a new report?
Yeah, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, no, it was from 2016, but I'm sure the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant can let us know what the word is. I know a lot about soliciting the listeners to drive downtown and capture moments of unintentional comedy for zero compensation, and it's great. How's the morning after? We're going to bring that back. How about that whole deal? You know, I'd love to get down there and report on the goings and comings and goings at the BFib Comic-Con. But between watching the snow melt and doing laundry and working on my kid's Pinewood Derby car and watching football on the best NFL weekend of the year, not to mention the annual MLK weekend orgy? I didn't know there was an annual one.
No, I didn't know.
I'm afraid I'm pressed for time. I did meticulously track Chairman Kurt's drop count, and I can tell you the overshipped with a count of 106. 106 drops?
And he also sent that in at 9:36, so we've had an hour and a half to cook up a little more since then. I don't know if it's true, but that's what he says.
Great work today, KG. Love me that Douglas Blues schedule reading that just goes on and on and on, ladies and gentlemen. That comes from Buck Swope. And now we have a late entry just came in from Indianapolis. Those emails suck, so I figured I'd write in. Thanks, and Ann Young. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin. #free perk. He wants gluten-free perk back on the show, and that's where we at.
Okay.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom in her Lily Pulitzer dress, not eligible because it was a text.
Really? Okay, I'll vote for Buck Swope.
I'll go JV golf coach.
Oh, it puts me to the test.
Yeah,
it really does, because Henshin's was great. Oh, man. I'm going to go Buck Swope as well. I got to be honest. It wasn't easy, but Buck Swope is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today and just tied the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom as we head into the 3-day weekend. Time for us to shut it down for the chairman filling in for the vacationing, Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.